All right, let's try this again. Having bad internets. Damn storms. Oh. Yeah, because I'm not talking, robot. You mean? Detect an audio. You don't need to detect audio when I'm not talking. What's up, people? Just getting set up here. Dude, my internet today is just trash. Atheism illogical. Theism illogical also. Theism and atheism are both illogical. Sorry about the quality. If it's like bad quality, I can't help it. We're having a storm here. Stuff sucks. You guys want to come up? Just let me know and I can invite you. I can't invite everybody, but no, theism is illogical. Theism, like the actual theism, is illogical. Like all of it, like because it's categorical. Categorically, theism is illogical. Anybody want to come up, hit the button, or ask for an invite if you don't see the button? Maybe I can invite you up on my list here. But because I'm not cool, I can't just bring anybody up. So I can only bring up people that either have the button or I can bring up atheism illogical if you want to talk. No, that one clearly doesn't exist. You can just use a simple external critique to invalidate Christianity. That's just what logical people do. But like Christians, they don't do that. Christians, like, they got these really big heads and they pretend that like only their God's the real one and everybody else's God's is not real. It's crazy. Like, It's actually pretty wild that a Christian can't accept that other gods exist, but yeah, what do you do? You know that the Christian god monster Yahweh comes from a polytheistic, henotheistic religion, right? Like, you know that? It used to sit among a pantheon of gods. Like, all you got to do is just take like anthropology classes. That's it. It's really not that hard. But that requires like proper investigation, and people who use the word God don't like to do proper investigations. They just like to appease their emotions and stuff. I actually am going to start timing people out and banning them when they mention his name, so be very careful. I mean, you could be whatever you want to be. I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about my philosophy. I'm just responding to comments. Yeah, no solipsism. I don't discuss solipsism. It's dehumanizing. I think that's a good reason to not discuss something, is because it's dehumanizing. Okay, that's great. I'm glad. Here, look. Go talk to Darth. Oh, it's a client. Look at that. Happy customer. Happy customer. Happy. He was happy. It's kind of sad because I cleaned his place, and then, yeah, it rained today. Yeah, look, I'm actually taking a hard approach. Anybody promoting Darth in my channel is just going to be removed. It's no hard feelings. If you get caught up in the crossfire, I mean, hate it for you. I'm not going to put anything up as a prompt. If you're a Darth orbiter, I don't want anything to do with you if you're a Darth orbiter. That dude, I've only been on TikTok for a few days, and that dude's already sent a whole bunch of dudes in here to try to get my TikTok turned down. Nope. Anybody mentioning his name, gone. That dude is the worst bad faith actor on Discord. So, well, I mean, we're on TikTok, so he's probably up there on here too. So, yep. Gotta have standards, people. You gotta have standards. We're in some deep philosophical territory. dealing with brains that have an emotional attachment to, religions and stuff. People have charged emotions. Wars have been waged over this. All this stuff we do here on the internet, it's toxic behavior to do this to each other. We need to cohere. We need to come together under a valid epistemic model. That way we can usher in the age of Igtheist Ragnarok. If you don't know about Igtheist Ragnarok, when the entire planet has been converted to Igtheism, can't have any dissenters. One dissenter, one person who doesn't agree, you can't have the Ragnarok. But once everyone agrees, it'll be like Highlander. We'll all get like swords and battle axes and stuff, fight it out. So there's just one left. I figured like some people coming from like Christianity and Judaism or something might need like some of that going on. And so I offer it in Igtheism. It's offered, but it's going to be difficult to get there. Like I said, one person dissenting. One. Why do people like solipsism? That would be interesting. I'll talk about that. Like, why would a person love the philosophical dead end of solipsism? There are some logical reasons why someone would spend their time on like the lowest IQ take there is in philosophy, which is solipsism, right? Like it's like literally no reason to talk about it. But, some people, for whatever reason, can't talk about like smarter philosophies or whatever. This is my theory on it. They can't talk about smarter philosophies, so they talk about solipsism. That's what I think it is. Like, they're mad that they believe in a magic model, and so they use solipsism because they think it says something. Like they heard somebody say one time about something about solipsism, and they thought it was like a really good jab or something to get in on somebody. And that's what I think it is. It's just like triggered religious people that can't stand that there's free thinkers out there, So they try to get you on this solipsism, and it's just like, dude, it's philosophically a dead end. And fundamentally, you're attempting to minimize someone's humanity by asking them, by interacting with them enough to say, prove that you exist. Like, the level of narcissism in that kind of question is it's disgusting to me. Like, it's just gross. So I don't know why anybody wants to have that conversation. It's like, dude, like, you have one of two options. I'm real or you're crazy. Those are your options. Like, what do you want? You want to be real or you want to be crazy? Because that's all you get. If you're interacting with me and I'm not here, then you're hallucinating and you got problems. So I'm either here or you're crazy. If anybody want to come up, just let me know. Say something in side chat. I can invite you up here, except for Home Slice because he likes to trigger me. And I'm easy to trigger, so it's stupid. Oh shit! Thanks, man. Appreciation, massive appreciations, helping spread them memes. We're getting there. We're getting there. Slowly but surely, we're doing it, and we're doing it live. Let's see. Batons. Let's go. Where are the malcontents? I got prompts. Icy. Yeah, I mean it is. It's crazy how many people accept the atheist-theist dichotomy, false dichotomy. It's crazy. I don't understand why I got to be the one to point it out. You'd think it would be pointed out to me by the big brain nerds, but for whatever reason, they're leaving it out of the equation. And yeah, look at the state of philosophy today. You've got people that can't recognize what a false dichotomy is. You'd think atheists would be able to see the false dichotomy because you'd think that the atheists who are constantly,
internet atheists, like debate atheists or whatever, they would say, hey, there's other gods too, right? There's polytheistic gods, there's monotheism. You can't have monotheism and polytheism. You can't. That's stupid. If your category incorporates monotheism and polytheism, theism is broken. It don't mean anything at that point because your monotheism excludes polytheism. You can't have a polytheistic model drop into, a monotheistic model drop into a polytheistic model. You can't do that. That's nonsense. A monotheistic thing in a category like that would itself be polytheistic. So there really is only polytheism if there's any kind of theism. There's polytheism. But again, we're back to the suffix here, theism, and it doesn't mean shit. It doesn't mean anything. It's adult baby babble. But what can you do? You want to come up, Sparks or FX? I can invite you guys up. I can invite Singer up, but I don't think you want to come up. Home Slice, I can't invite you up, man. You just want to trigger me. It's not fun to troll with me anymore. Like, I don't like trolling people. I did that when I was younger. Trolling's just stupid and waste of time. I got better things to do than troll nerds on the internet. Like, much better things. There's way more entertaining things to do in this reality than troll some random jackass you're never going to meet, right? Bro, like, I'm telling you, it's never going to work out between us, Home Slice, because of your character. Like, you're going to have to change who you are as a person in order to be able to stay up on stage with me because you don't listen. And I can't have somebody up here who don't listen. It just don't matter. It's not a you thing, per se. It's like an everybody thing. I'm like this with literally everyone. Like, if I went to your chat room and you asked me to come up on stage and I came up on stage, I'd follow your rules, man. If your rules is like I get 3 words and then you get to talk, fine. I agreed, right? I agreed to your rules. And so I went on your stage. I'm not going to immediately turn into a douche and start disrespecting your rules. I could disrespect your rules from here, from my own stage. I'd be like, this guy, this Home Slice, his rules in his room are dog shit. I could do that here. I don't need to go to your room to complain about your rules, right? I don't need to do that. No, you didn't. You repeated yourself over and over and over like you did in the text. You were spamming. Well, I believe God is like, I told you. I directly told you. I don't want you to offer me semantics anymore unless you have ontology. And you gave me a wall of that inside chat, dude. So you're not a serious person. Maybe in a few more years, maybe it's just that you're young and immature or something. You don't understand that I don't want to have those kind of dialogues. Like, I don't want to dialogue. I don't care if you try, dude. There is no try, only do. Like, what, like, seriously. Respect people's boundaries. Yeah, I mean, Sparks, you want to come up? I can explain it to you. You can ask. Talk about it. Are you 18?
Yeah, I'm 29.
All right. So, are you getting ice or something, dude? Like, I can't talk with that. It hurt my brain, man. So with the dichotomy, you have 2 options, right? You got A or not A, and then you got A or B. You can't have A and B. You got to have A or B. So when you go with atheism and theism, you would start with the A or not A. Well, that doesn't work because theism and atheism are not the same, obviously. So you would have to do theism or not theism, or you would have to do atheism or not atheism. You wouldn't say that atheism in the A or not A. You wouldn't say atheism is not A, because there's a multitude of what atheism is. There's multiple different pushbacks to theism. And so it's not just the negation of whatever theism is saying, right? So like an example would be like coffee cup or not coffee cup. Like, this is not coffee cup, right? This here is not not coffee cup. This is a beard cone. This is a coffee cup. And so A or not A is the coffee cup or no coffee cup. With the other kind of dichotomy, which is more relevant to atheism and theism, you have two options. You got coffee cup, you got banana, whatever. You've got two options. You don't have like a coffee cup, bag of peas, and some cheese roll-ups, right? Whatever those are. And then you have a multitude of other options. That's not a dichotomy. A dichotomy, A or B, is one thing or one thing. That's what a dichotomy is. So with the same problem that I was talking about in A or not A, you have theism, which is a multitude of disconnected and different, unrelated concepts. Some are related, but there's a multitude of them that are completely unrelated. There's no relationship between like a one true and only God and then like any other gods. So you're not able to actually construct A or theism as one option. You have to set A sub 1, A sub 2, A sub 3, because they're making different claims. And that right there is enough to invalidate that it's a dichotomy. And then atheism has that problem too, but I don't know if it has it to the same magnitude. I would suspect it's to a lesser magnitude, but I don't really trust that intuition. I think it's probably that there's just as many on either side. So neither form of dichotomy works with the concepts of theism and atheism. It would if theism meant one thing, like if theism just meant the belief in a God. But the question is, what's a God? And when we ask that question and we reveal the answer to that question, it's not one thing. And so because it's not one thing, you can't put it dichotomous. You could say Yahweh or Vishnu, that would be dichotomous. You could say Yahweh or Holy Spirit, that might be dichotomous, depends on the type of Christian you're talking to. Those are dichotomous, but you don't just say God, right? Because even in theism, they don't believe in gods. Like theists are atheists too. They're atheists with respect to every other person's gods. If they're like monotheistic, and some forms of polytheism would reject other gods or in existence and stuff like that. But there's no way to conceptualize theism as like one thing, one option, and there's no way to do that with atheism either. So it's a false dichotomy.
I think I'm following, but just to clarify, would you mind giving like an example of what you would consider a real dichotomy? I think you gave one before, but just maybe like a few more examples.
Yeah, like banana or apple. That's a dichotomy. If those are our only options, and I'm only allowed to pick one, that would be a dichotomy. Or another dichotomy would be like a banana or no banana. Like I don't get shit. If I don't pick the banana, then I don't get shit. There is not an option two. There's just the option or not the option. That's another dichotomy. So everything is dichotomous that way. Me or not me. Me or my dog. That's also a dichotomy. But if I just say me or any dog, that's not dichotomous. You could say it's dichotomous in that you're picking dog over monkey, I guess, but that's in its structure not a dichotomy because I'm giving you a multitude of options. If you pick any dog.
So just so that way I can understand this, are you saying and another example of a false dichotomy is dog or cat? Is that a false dichotomy?
If you're only referring to the category dog and the category cat, yeah. If you're referring to a specific cat, then that's when it gets, a little wonky. Because there's a lot of specific cats. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, I think that's what's kind of throwing me a little bit. Because you explained it and I kind of understood it for a second, but then like the more you break down this explanation, the more I'm getting confused.
It's so, because of categories.
Like I understand what you were saying as referred to as if I'm going to list something in a dichotomy, it cannot be an all-encompassing idea. It has to be
can.
one thing.
It can. You can make categories of all, like reality is a category.
Okay. So.
Bro, those chips you're eating are like super loud.
I'm sorry.
They're actually louder than you. Does your bag of chips have its own microphone, bro?
No, I'll drop down and I'll come back whenever I clear out.
What is that? The hail or something? It's crazy. I thought.
No, it's the rain. It's the rain. I'm just sitting outside.
Okay, yeah. It sounds like a bag of chips, man. This is what it sounds like.
That's so funny. Yeah, I was just trying to. Whenever I saw false dichotomy, because I figured that if you're saying it's a false dichotomy, I was under the impression that it is a dichotomy. That a dichotomy is just a choice between two things. But the way you're breaking it down, on one hand, I understood it, and then you furthered the explanation, and then I got confused.
Yeah, because
so I'm trying to figure out, like, if you don't mind, would you mind like looking up the definition of dichotomy, and it'll kind of help me understand it a little bit better?
yeah, go for it. A guy in side chat, atheism is illogical. So just say die means two. So two options. That's all it means. You're given two options.
Yeah, that's where I think I'm getting lost a little bit. Is I'm like, you have two options. It's either you believe in a god or you don't believe in a god.
You see, let's clear that up then. See, I'm an igtheist, right? I'm not an atheist. I'm not a theist. I'm an igtheist. So I contend against God being categorical. It's not a category. It's a broken category.
Well, I guess a better way to put it would be is that we live in a world that is dependent of a god, and then the atheist would believe that we live in a world that is independent of a god.
No.
That would be two categories.
No. Like for example, can you see my face?
Yes.
And I'm wearing readers, right? I'm wearing readers. You can see that I'm wearing readers. Readers are an independent variable to my being able to communicate with you. Eyes are an independent variable for me to be able to communicate with you. I don't need eyes to do that. Now, I do need a mouth. A mouth is a dependent variable if we're talking about my ability to communicate with you. Right now, I need a mouth. If I go to keyboard, then I need, something to type with fingers or something like that. A dependent variable and an independent variable are manifest. So an atheist wouldn't say that God is an independent variable. My glasses are an independent variable. They're real. They're a real thing. But they're not necessary for me to even read. I could read without them and stuff, but, it's a pain in the ass. But when you're articulating it like it's an independent variable for an atheist, then it is a variable. And they're saying it's not a variable at all. It's not a variable.
Yeah, the idea is that dependent means that I'm dependent on something, like I'm dependent on water and food to sustain myself.
That's not what a dependent variable is. Not maybe in some different. That's not how I'm.
Variable. I never said variable. I just said dependent, like just using the word dependent as a standalone definition.
Yeah, but
like,
you were defining
is dependent or something is independent.
But it was when you were talking about independent, right? Independent is dependent. Right? There is a dependent relationship with independent things. They're independent, but they are real.
Yeah.
Real independent things are real.
Yes, that's not the idea is that something is either dependent or it is independent. Right? Like
that's an independent, that's a variable. That's what you're talking about.
No, I'm not talking about science equations. Right?
It doesn't have to be in science, but that's what it is.
Well, I'm talking about the word independent, meaning you are not dependent. It's like I am independent of glasses.
That doesn't mean anything to me, dude. That doesn't mean anything to me. I don't know what you're saying.
I'm defining the word. The word independent just means I'm not dependent.
Yeah, that doesn't mean anything to me.
I
don't. Yeah, I get you, and that's not a word I use. I don't use the word you're using.
Well, that's fine. I'm just saying that that's what it means.
It doesn't mean anything to me. What you just said
It
is an
does.
incoherent definition to me.
I mean, well then look up the word independent, and
It's-
then just look for yourself.
I already know what these words mean. I'm like trained in science,
You just
bro.
said it doesn't. You said it doesn't mean anything.
Your word, your definition. You're saying I'm defining it this way, and I'm saying the way you're defining it is dog shit. That's what I'm saying.
I'm just saying that's the definition.
No,
Like,
it's
if you look
not.
it up-
No, it's not. I don't
Well,
need to
then
look it up. I already know what it
then
fucking
maybe I'm-
means, dude. Holy shit. How many times you want to go around in circles? You're talking about dependent relationships or something like that, dude. You're not using the word properly. You're using your own jargon, which is fine, but you don't get to gaslight me and tell me, oh, that's the standard definition. No, it's not, dude. It's not the standard definition. And my pushback wasn't even about dependent. It was about your usage of independent. When you say atheists view God as independent, you are saying they view God as real. Holy shit, dude. You need to listen more, man. Like, you don't listen. That's your problem. You don't listen. Just blathering incoherently about a nonsensical definition. Let's do it. Let's look it up. Contingent or determined by, requiring someone or something or financial, emotional, or other support. A person who relies on another, especially a family member, for financial support. I told you, you're using it in this contingent way. I don't subscribe to that. It's nonsense to me. Contingencies is nonsense. The way you're using it is nonsense, is what I'm saying. There's ways to have like contingencies and stuff like that, but not the way you magic believers believe contingencies. It's nonsense. Identity, like being, is not contingent on other things. That doesn't mean anything. That's you trying to add special sauce to every friggin' thing that you get put in front of you. I'll just add some special sauce to it. It's not a real thing until I drop some special sauce on it. That's what you're doing. When you're saying things nature is contingent on something else, no, it's not. That violates identity. Our relationships, right? When you were up here sounding irrational with your stupid microphone, we were interlocutors and we had that property going for us. That's a transient condition of interactions, bro. You are not necessary for my being. Me interacting with you is not a necessary trait of me. The fact that you are an interlocutor and I am an interlocutor is how we interlocute. You can't do what we're doing with basketballs. Go have a conversation with the basketball. Basketball is not an interlocutor. You cannot interlocute. You can't have a conversation with the fucking bat. It's a one-way conversation. I'm telling you, man, like philosophy and religion and these nerds and stuff is just chock full of cognitive panaceas. Ideas that make no sense, but you've been gaslit so hard they make sense in your brain for some reason. Because you've just been gaslit your entire life to believe this stupid stuff. That, identity is contingent. No, it's not. That would violate identity. If there is a property that is necessary for my being, then that is incorporated in my identity. Has to be. It would be a violation of identity to say that my identity is, this thing is necessary to my identity if that thing is not me, not part of what I am. You're just saying I'm dependent on some other thing for what? My baryonic matter to hold true? It's nonsense. It's just magic. It's just magic. You're just talking magic. I'm not a magic guy. I just don't do magic. Magic is ridiculous. And you guys want to talk to me about magic? Well, I'm not going to do that. Well, I don't talk to people about magic. I talk to people about why they shouldn't believe in magic. Right? You should not believe in magic because we're all like grown adults and shit. Right? We're all grown adults. And so if we're going to talk, we should talk amongst adults, right? We should talk like adults talk. With actual facts and stuff, not throwing magic spells at each other. You think I can't cast spells? Think I can't just appeal to science magic for every question and then pretend I know everything like you guys are doing? It's crazy, dude. Can't talk to people. You can't learn if your brain is closed off. You're not going to learn from me anything if your brain is closed off and you're looking to teach me your religion. I'm not interested. I'm just, I'm not looking for that type of solicitation. I'm looking to teach people Igtheism and show you how you're wrong about theism or atheism. Why do you think I want to sit here and listen to some guy talk to me like I haven't already heard these thoughts like from 1,000 other people before? This is crazy. I think a freaking bird just ran into my place. That sucks. I just heard a thump. Like a cat or a bird or something ran in my place. It's crazy. Yeah, I mean, I don't want birds like dying on my shit. Cool. Welcome. Thanks for the likes. Appreciate it. And the general support, spreading of the memes is really all I can ask, people. Spread the memes. You guys want to come up, witness the truth? You want to come up? You can come up. I don't have 1,000 subs, so I don't have the button. So if you want to come up and you don't see the button, I can invite you. Well, not everybody, but I can invite a lot of people, I guess. Come on. What do you mean if you tap to 1,000? What does that even mean? Oh, that thing, the heart thing? I don't have that. I can't do that. And it's kind of dirty when you do it yourself. So I'll do it to other people. I go into people's streams and hit the button a bunch. I did it for a guy that I'm following that followed me. And you guys can't take the shit personal either, man. I'm just I'm not good in these kind of conversations a lot of the times, because obstinance and shit like that. And I just can't handle it, man. I'm not going up to people and asking, hey, can I be your teacher? Right? I'm not, we don't have that relationship. I'm not some professor that you paid a university to teach you things. I'm just a guy playing a dude disguised as another dude, right? And if you don't want my help, then I don't want to give you my help, right? I don't want to talk to you about philosophy if you don't want to understand the philosophy. If you're coming up here to your only goal is to teach me about your religion, I could not be more uninterested than learning about your semantic model. I don't care about semantics, right? Religions is just semantics. I don't care about it. It's a waste of time. There's enough about reality for me to learn about where I don't have to waste time reading about your fiction, right? What I perceive as your fiction. If you want to show me something, then I'm interested in that, but only to a point, right? If you got a God and it's real and you show it to me, fine, it's real. I see it. I don't care beyond that. Go play with it. Go whatever it does. Go do that thing with it. Right? Wait, somebody want to come up here? Bam. Are you 18? You gotta be 18.
Yeah, I'm 22.
All right.
Wait, so your claim is just that atheism and theism are just a false dichotomy?
Dude, I got a shitload of claims, but yeah, I'm making that claim.
But no, I'm just saying that. Is that the main claim?
No, well, I mean, right now it is, yeah. It's just on my thing here.
Oh, okay. So I was just wondering.
I make a lot of claims. I'm an Igtheist. My brain is chock full of memes, and I use them to shit on philosophies so that people can learn how to do better.
Okay, wait. So you're an okay.
Ig.
Now I'm confused.
Ig theist.
Oh, egg theist. Oh,
Like
so
my
you
name?
question-
Like my name? Like my freaking name,
Okay,
bro?
so like you're questioning like what is a god
No.
in this sense, right?
No, I'm
Is
teaching
that what
people that
is?
they have a semantic model, and I'm trying to get them to have a valid epistemic model.
So wait, can you explain? I'm not tracking this. So can you explain what that is? Like what that
What is what?
Igtheism?
It's a linguistic philosophy about how we construct proper and valid epistemic models, how we draw upon semantics to explain our epistemics. That is a virtue of our experience with ontology. And if you don't have an experience of ontology, but you've got an epistemic model, I'm calling it a pure semantic model. It's purely semantics. It has nothing to do with reality. It's all up inside your head, QED, by you not being able to appeal to the ontology. Like, for example, you want to do a thought experiment? I do some pretty good thought experiments. All right, so I'm going to show you an object, okay? But before I show you the object, I want you to keep in mind you have full semantic access in every known or unknown language. You could speak alien. As long as you've got the semantics, that's fine. Wherever you want to draw the semantics from, I don't care. You full semantic access. Now, before I show you this object, it's literally right below my webcam. Semantically describe it. Draw upon the proper semantics for you to describe this thing in my hand. It's trivial. You're going to know exactly what this thing is. You have all of the semantics in your brain necessary to describe this thing. So just go ahead and use those semantics to describe it.
Well, it's just indescribable by like virtue of me not knowing.
It's not
anything about it.
indescribable. I can describe it to you right now. I'm looking directly at it. It's perfectly describable. So what were you saying before I interrupted you?
So I'm saying I'm unable to describe it
Because
I'm unable to see it. I don't even
because you're
know
not
what it
experiencing
is.
it. Even though your brain is chock full of all the semantics, more semantics than you could possibly need to describe this. You know what this is?
No, I can't really see it too well. It's like a doggy bag kind of thing.
It's a roll for dog bags.
Yeah.
Now, did I say a word? Did I give you semantics? Or did you do that? You did that. I didn't do that. I didn't say a single word. You did that. I just did this. I didn't use semantics at all to get you to understand the ontology. And immediately upon presentation of the ontology, your brain spontaneously, because you've been educated, found the proper semantics. I had to turn it around, right? It was like this. You couldn't figure it out. And I was like, oh, shit, yeah, maybe I need to rotate it. And then once you got a proper ontological model, right, you were experiencing it, right? You have a very superficial access to this thing, right? Your vision only takes you that deep, right? But it goes deeper, right? You don't see the whole thing, but the whole thing is right here. But we don't experience the whole thing. We only perceive the whole thing from whatever we perceive. That's why if you don't have the experience, then you have an entirely semantic model. That's it. It's just pure semantics. And you could see the disconnect even though you had all the semantics to describe that thing. If it's purely semantic, then what are you talking about? You're not talking about anything. You're just imagining something in your brain. Like, I don't know, let me imagine something in my brain, like a green roll of dog poop bags, right? You're just imagining something. And all I'm saying is the only way I'll know that it's a dog poop bag is when you show, like I could tell you, like I could say, hey, this thing is, it's a battery pack. It stands up. A phone can sit, like with the mag thing. It charges and it'll charge a phone. I could give you the semantics of it, or I could just show it to you. I didn't need to give you the semantics. Is the point of Igtheism is that I want to get to the point. I want to go from this to this because I don't need you in your semantics. You didn't need me in my semantics. You just needed the observation. And you already had all that. But I could have gaslit you. I could have been like, yeah, it's like golden. It's in the shape of like an egg, really big one. It came from a goose's butthole. Right? I could do that. I could mislead you. And then what? If you believe me, then you would believe I have a golden egg, right? You would just believe that I have a golden egg. But this would square the deal right here. It'd be like, oh, well, that don't look like no fucking golden egg, right? And we would give epistemic pushback. I would say it doesn't look like one. That's my epistemics, that it doesn't look like one. But I drew upon my semantics to express that it doesn't look like one. That's a semantic expression of my epistemics, right? It's flying in the face of my epistemics, so there's no way this is a golden egg if you describe it that way. Our semantics aren't aligning, but the ontology's here. If I describe this as a golden egg, that doesn't mean this thing doesn't exist. It's right here. You're just giving epistemic pushback because you have access to the ontology, and your experience is informing you different, that this is not a golden egg. And so that's the epistemic pushback. But if I'm doing this, what epistemic pushback are you getting? It's a golden egg. All you could be like, I don't see some shit there, dude. Like, oh yeah, well, it's a golden egg, right? Like, I'm not appealing to anything. And then this makes it even worse. If I say I'm not even going to tell you where. Here I was telling you where. Right here I was telling you it was a golden egg. But now when I do this, there's a golden egg. There's just a golden egg. There's just a golden egg, bro. Somewhere, right? And I have access to it ontologically. I'm going to describe it. It's 13 pounds. See, how the hell can I know it's 13 pounds if I didn't weigh a golden egg, bro? Because what I'm doing is pretending I have a valid epistemic model, but I'm just filling all the blanks in with epistemics. So I need the golden egg for me to know that I'm right about it being a golden egg. If I don't have the golden egg, then my claim it's a golden egg is merely a non sequitur, and it doesn't follow, and so it's not true that it's a golden egg. But what's the problem here? The fact that it followed from lack of observation. So unknown object X, and I'm making the claim it's a golden egg, which is a non sequitur because it's unknown object X. And so it would be not true that it's a golden egg. If it was true that it was a golden egg, then it would contradict it being a unknown object X. But because it's an unknown object X, and because of that fact, I know it can't be a golden egg, and so it's a non sequitur. But what happens when I say unknown object X is not a golden egg? Does that logically follow? No, it also does not logically follow that the unknown object X is a golden egg. So that leads to a contradiction. Both the affirmation of it being a golden egg and the negation of it being a golden egg are equally as likely, because it's absent the observation. When we make the observation of the unknown object X and we call it known golden egg, then we can have a statement that's constructed that either comports with the state of affairs or not. But as long as we have the statement absent the state of affairs, it's a non sequitur. I don't know if your God thing doesn't exist or not. I just know that access the epistemics, proper epistemics, there's no way for me to evaluate your claim, and that you would just be wasting my time with semantics.
Okay, I actually get what you're saying. Yeah, that makes sense, honestly.
That's what I've been saying. I've been saying it for over 10 damn years. That was from Independence Day.
Okay, so you're agnostic.
Yeah.
So that's like, so instead of like an agnostic, like they would be unsure of the question of an existence of a God, but you're, I guess, I might not be describing this properly, but an agnostic might not be questioning, not really even in that question of the existence of God.
No, what I can tell you is that from my experience, some gods exist and some gods don't exist. I just don't know what makes those things God, right? Like people will point at the sun and be like, the sun is a God. Okay, well, it exists, but I don't know what you're saying makes it a God, right? Now, they might say, well, because it gives a shit about me and it fights this evil night demon. Okay, well, I think it's a giant ball of plasma. So I'm giving epistemic pushback, just like when I was saying this is a golden egg. I'm giving epistemic pushback, but what am I not denying? Ontology. It exists. I just don't think of it as a thing that fights night demons.
That's fair. So it's like you wouldn't even. It's not even like you're not even questioning the fact that it is a God in a sense. You're just saying, okay, I see that this thing, whether or not this thing exists or doesn't
Well,
exist?
I think I am ultimately challenging whether it is or isn't a God. Atheists will tell me it's not a God. An atheist will say that to me. I don't know how many times an atheist has told me when I said, okay, well, atheist, you don't believe in any gods. And they'll be like, yeah, no gods. And I'll say, well, what about the sun? You know what they say? Sun's not a god. But don't you need to know what gods are to know that the sun isn't one of those? Don't you need to know what at least the God-bearing attribute is? I don't know
So
what the
you're
God-bearing attribute
asking
is.
the question of what makes this a god, right? Instead of is
In
this
that
a
form,
god?
yeah. When you establish the thing and you say this is a god, I'm going to ask you, what about this thing makes it a god? And then I'll know what makes it. If you're saying because it's got this little sticker that keeps the thing from unraveling, well, I experienced that too. So you have proper ontology. You have access to the ontology. You showed it to me. Here it is. You've given me a proper epistemic model, which I confirm through the semantics. You've described it as a thing with a sticker on it. So what am I going to say? What do I say here? Okay? Like, I don't know what to say here. This is, they have achieved the problems that I would present. Like the atheist is saying, well, show me the ontology. Well, that's not good enough. It's like, why not? Here's why not. Typically what happens with an atheist is they start not believing. See, when we say believe in, we usually use this as a truncated form to say believe in the existence of. Theism is the belief in the existence of God. Atheism is the lack of belief in the existence of a God. So it's about existence, right? That's the prime thing that atheism is considering. This is why I'm saying atheists have a bad epistemic model, because when gods exist, they fail. Their model breaks down. They go from an ontological rejection. They're rejecting ontology. They go from rejecting ontology to rejecting epistemics. That's a phase shift from going from ontology to epistemics. And if you do that, this is the caution. If you go from ontology to epistemics, you grant ontology. Because epistemics is about the ontology. So if you have an about the ontology, there's an ontology. Atheists fail to properly represent an ontology. They don't do that. They arbitrarily say to me, the sun isn't a god. Well, it is a god because that monkey said so. Just like the Pope points at Jesus and calls God, he just points at it and calls it God. That's all the Pope does. It's not like the Pope has a peer-reviewed article that proves Jesus is God, and we're just all a bunch of dicks. That's not what's going on. The Pope has the same credibility as the people that are saying the sun is God, or reality's God, or the planet's God, or Yahweh's God, anybody. They're all the same. They're just monkeys pointing at things, calling it God. And when you start viewing the credibility here as the claim of the monkey, then it gets easier to see what the problem is. But when you're focused on the ontology of God rather than the ontology of your fellow monkey who's pointing at shit and calling things God, you're being misdirected. The ontology of God in my model is us. God to me is a meaningless, incoherent sound people use to express their unwillingness to do a valid investigation about a natural phenomenon. Now, that's not the definition of God's existent ontology. That definition references what goes on up in here, down here on planet Earth, what we are doing. It's an ontology about linguistics because we're using language to represent epistemology. That's what the theists and the atheists are doing. They're discussing semantics about epistemology, but they don't have ontology. They're not referencing ontology. It's not like the atheists are saying, no, God doesn't wear a robe because the theists are saying it wears a robe. They're not pushing back epistemically. They're pushing back ontologically. They're saying your thing doesn't exist. And I agree a lot of the times that in common parlance, it's about like Yahweh, right? We're in a Western nation, so we're saturated with Yahweh. But if you grew up in another country, you would be saturated with other deities, and those would be the ones in your psyche.
I think I get what you're saying, yeah.
So it's a completely different ontology. That's, I think, prime in understanding the difference between Igtheism and then the other philosophies that are referencing unknown object X. Theists are saying unknown object X exists, and many of them go on to say what the properties of it are. Atheists say unknown object X does not exist, and because of that, you don't know what you're talking about, or you're wrong, or whatever. That's the conversation there. They're referencing this unknown object X. In Igtheism, I have a known object X. I have a known object X. Whereas those two camps have unknown object X.
Okay, so you're just correct me if I'm wrong, right? So what you're saying is, if like I'm just using this as an example, with a sun god, essentially, right? Or the god, somebody's claiming that that God is the sun, or the sun is a god, right? Then you would ask them what properties make the sun a god, right?
Yeah.
Then they would answer, the warmth of the sun makes it a god. Well, then you can't argue with them that the warmth of the sun, doesn't exist, right? Because it's something that we can all observe if we have the ability to feel warmth.
Yeah.
So in this sense, you can't like discredit their claim, because automatically, it's just okay. With the sun being a god, and the criteria for a sun being a god is that it has to provide warmth, and we can all observe that it's providing warmth, then we can't really deny the claim of it, being a god in this sense.
Yeah, but then
Because that's the
heaters,
definition of
campfires,
God, right?
lighters, this is a god, right? By that definition.
Yeah, but I'm saying that's why. But I'm saying, if that's their definition, right? You can't then just like you can then kind of break down whether or not their reasoning is proper.
And
But
it sounds
I'm
like
just
I
trying
would
to
reach
get
the
at,
conclusion that they would have a valid epistemic model. They would just have, they would be drawing upon semantics that I would accuse them of being overly ambiguous. I would say that to that person, they'll mean more if they don't use the word God, because God is overly ambiguous. So whenever you use the word God, you're ambiguating a conversation. We should be disambiguating. When we communicate with one another, that's our goal, is to disambiguate. But if I'm intentionally using a word to make it confusing, that's ambiguation. But sometimes we got to use words that are ambiguous, right? But there's reasons why we're being ambiguous, right? Like in storytelling and stuff like that, maybe you don't want to reveal too much, or there are reasons to be ambiguous. So with human language, since we use symbolic reasoning, you always got to remember, like, you grew up wherever you grew up, and I grew up wherever I grew up. And let's say in where I grew up, taco meant something, and where you grew up, taco meant something. You just, like, maybe you're Mexican and you live around tacos a lot, and so taco means food. Like when you think taco, it means food. Maybe I don't live around
Coke,
a lot.
like Coke in the South, right? Like,
yeah,
some people use the word Coke to mean
but,
soda.
But maybe I come from somewhere else where there's not really a lot of tacos. And so whenever I hear the word taco, it means like vagina, right? That's how I understand it. And so when we say the word taco, we're coming from two different points here. And through the conversation, we would discover any of these ambiguities. Like if I said to you, you want to go get some taco? And you were like, yeah. And then we ended up in the red light district. You'd be like, oh shit, what's going on here, right? There would be a level of ambiguity here that would raise red flags, right? We're using the same phonetic sound, but we're not using the same semantic reference.
Well, I think that makes sense. I'm not gonna lie. I saw your claim. I didn't necessarily disagree. I just wanted to clarify what exactly you were talking about.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. I'm talking about Igtheism. Igtheism is confusing at first because it's drawing upon a lot of jargon, but jargon you already know. It's just jargon in the sense that I'm amalgamating or synthesizing it in this sort of unique to some people way that they're not, like, I don't think what I'm saying is overly complicating. It's just convoluted because you're not familiar with the framework. But once you start seeing the framework, it's like, holy shit, this is actually ground zero base level epistemology. And that it is the case that theism and atheism are just, it's adult baby babble, right? That's what it is. It's an adult form of baby babble that instead of saying goo goo blah blah goo boo, instead of doing that, we're using words just like this, but without the same meaning, right? Like people talk about, like, have you ever heard of this statement? Buffalo, 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 buffalo. I didn't repeat myself.
Yeah, I know it.
Right?
Yeah, I'm familiar with that statement. Yeah.
Yeah. So language is complicating. We do it symbolically. We use symbolic reasoning. And what we're attempting to do with epistemology here is draw upon, we need a method that says these semantic references are better than those semantic references. And I'm saying the best way to do that is to simply observe. That's what we're doing. We're just making observations. We're experiencing and living in reality and then sharing our experiences. That's how we discuss ontology and epistemology. We don't do it by just making shit up and drawing upon the semantics, right? But it is true. We need semantics. Being a human means you think in your human language. You actually think that way. And it may not be like the literal sense of you think like you. Some people have an inner monologue, but some people don't have a mental inner monologue. Yeah. But you still use, like, the Wernicke's area of your brain is still responsible for cross-referencing logical constructs in the semantics that you're using. That's what that region of the brain is doing. You've got the Gershwin's area that I might have the two regions mixed up, but the Gershwins would be able to, like, localize the words and package it off for the Broca's, which is where speech is formulated. We have like 4 or 5 different specific brain regions for verbal communication. We are highly evolved for this. And this is the thing, we have many brain functions. So those aren't things that necessarily evolved in Homo sapiens, but it's something that Homo sapiens do really well. And it's probably why that we've led to dominance, that the other of our kind just couldn't language as good as we could. We had the right mutations, and our ability to form the vocalistics was better. So we had, you know, like we've got the hyoid bone and stuff that really changes our vocalistics and gives us a wider range, which means that we could articulate deeper and more complicating emotions that begin taking on a proto-linguistic form, where we start using, instead of just being like, we're like, you know, we're doing more, right? We're doing more and more work over time until we've come to a point where we're actually performing linguistics. And what we're doing is, one of the greatest things about humanity is simple linguistics. The ability to communicate with each other on this level is like our greatest attribute. It's literally why, you know, we're climbing off the fucking planet because of linguistics, bro. Without linguistics, we would not be able to simplify linguistics into physics.
I appreciate you giving me all this information. I'm gonna head out though.
Yep, later. Thanks for the questions and stuff and giving me the opportunity to rant and spread my memes.
All right, no problem, man.
Telling you, man, like, you can't contend with this philosophy. If you could, I would be contending with it and shitting on Igtheism, man. I don't like Igtheism. I ain't no, like, sycophant for Igtheism, man. It's just the only valid position to take on the topic of the God thing. That's just the only reason. The moment there's a better valid position to take on the topic of the God thing, I'm going to consider it. And if it's better, right, I'm going with it. Fuck Igtheism. I don't give a shit about Igtheism. I'll throw it straight in the garbage. I don't care. I'm not tethered to. The only reason I like this philosophy is because it allows me to have conversations with both theists, atheists, well, both theists, atheists, deists, pantheists, and you name it. You name it. I can navigate those conversations. We could talk about epistemology and ontology, or we could do all these things. Thanks for all the support, guys. I see you doing a lot of work down there. It's super dope. Got to get these memes out there. Got to spread the memes. Got to get that virus. Get it in the brains. But that's what I'm saying. It's like Igtheism is not difficult. It's just that your brain is just chock full of so many barriers to understanding it. Barriers that were constructed by a society that wanted your mind locked in a little cage. You know, I mean, there's nothing wrong with having cages on your brain, you know, like rationalism or something. Just being a rational person. I mean, I don't mean the philosophy of it. You definitely want your brain in some kind of cages. You don't want it just running amok on literally everything. So education isn't bad, but you know, you got to have something good to learn, right? Like you can't just learn anything. There's bad information out there. Things that, you know, you don't want to do, like you don't always want to stick it in there, right? You might get it shocked or something. You know, it might fall off, might turn black, you know, rot, something like that. So you got to be careful. You got a good epistemic model, then you can navigate reality better, right? You can make better predictions and stuff like that. If you just go off of semantics, you can't make no predictions off semantics. Because if you're making predictions, that's not semantics. That's not semantics. You don't get predictions in semantics. You get predictions in like models and shit like that, in logic. Now you could argue like logic is like semantical, I guess. It definitely gets filtered that way through the brain, right? I don't know if it originates from there in our brains, but definitely seems like linguistics is involved with the logical pathways. I think people just underestimate how sophisticated human speech is. Like they just don't get it. They just think, oh yeah, we're the ones that do it. None of the other ones did. Like if you understood like all of the evolutionary things that had to, you know, happen. We are, you know, like cheetahs. We're the blue whale of linguistics. We're the shark of linguistics. We're the T-Rex of talking. I mean, we are literally the alpha predator in the linguistics department. No other animal languages like us, as far as we can tell. Like they used principles of linguistics to show that tongues is not a language, right? Tongues is not a language. Thanks for the share. Appreciate it. Helping spread them memes. It's infectious, man. Careful. You saw what just happened. I had a malcontent come up here, leave, you know, with a different set of memes, man. That shit's powerful. You know, that dude would have dunked on me if he could, but I don't really leave much room for that, I guess, you know? Sucks for people, but it is what it is. This is why I argue this philosophy. If it wasn't able to do this, it wouldn't hold any merit in my brain. I wouldn't care about it. But like when you understand Igtheism, you could put both of these camps and all the orbiting camps, you know, on their back feet. They got to think, right? It's a lot of, you know, freedom to navigate the conversation amongst the ground monkeys, right? We talk some wild stuff, man. Don't worry, we're gonna take over as much of the stuff that we can. We're at 100. I'm going for 100% of all the people that I can go for, all of them. So anybody that, you know, comes to the side that recognizes that light is a bad descriptor will free their brain from mental slavery. Because that's what it is, guys. It's mental slavery. all this religion and philosophy and stuff like that is mental slavery. Doesn't mean that it's all bad, but it locks you in is the problem. You get locked into philosophies, and you better get locked into a good philosophy. I like Igtheism because getting locked into Igtheism gives you a lot of wiggle room, a lot of latitude, like a shitload, because it doesn't pick up unnecessary burdens of proof, like being able to prove what a god is, which is what an atheist has to do. An atheist, to be an atheist, has to be able to articulate what a god is. I don't have to do that. I don't have to tell you what a god is at all. You tell me whatever. I don't care. God's whatever you tell me God is. I don't care, because it's semantics. I'm not even asking about God, or asking about like that stuff, the depth of words. I have no interest in the words. I'm not a words guy. I completely do not care about words. Words are like the dumbest shits ever, right? In this, model of what I'm asking for. Yeah, words are good, but I'm not looking for words. I don't care. I have words already. I have all the letters. I have access to a shitload of words in my brain, but I don't use most of them. They're just fucking in there. I speak knuckle dragger, because knuckle dragger is somewhere around the 8th grade level. So that's what I do. I communicate at an 8th grade level most of the time. I do draw upon words that 8th graders don't know, but that's not my fault that, that's the case. But my logic is pretty base level logic here. This isn't complicating. This is actually super simple. This model here is way more simpler than atheisms and the theisms and shit. Like, I can explain my shit and get you go, oh, okay, I see what you're talking about. That's the thing you're talking about. My model does that. Your models is like, all right, so God it's got 3 tentacles, you're saying? It's got 3. No, 4. 4 tentacles. Okay, all right. So 4 tentacles, and it has a face, right? It's just you telling me what it is. Like, I'm not interested in that. You can show me what something is. I'm super interested in that. If we're talking about the nature of a thing, right, and you're showing me the thing, I'm in. I'm fucking locked in, dude. Like, words, I don't care about words, right? I'm locked in the thing, dude. I'm just in like thing mode, and then boom, there's the thing. I'm locked in, and then I'll give a shit about words. After that happens first. The words are second. The thing is first. So there's the thing, and then after thingness has been established, and we have certified thingness, we've gone through the board of thingness approval, and it has been certified deeply as a thing, then, and only then, will I give a shit about words. And that's what the theists are just, yeah, theists struggle the hardest, I will say that. Like, theists get really, really mad at me a lot of the times when I say, hey, man, I don't care about what you're saying. And they're like, oh, well, you're just not open-minded. And it's like, no, I'm about as open-minded as you get, but I don't care about what you're saying. Like, why is this interpreted as like I'm not interested? I'm fully interested. I'm literally on TikTok and on YouTube and in Discord, right? I'm clearly invested. It's just that I don't care about what you're saying. The words, I don't care about what you're saying. You could blather for 20 minutes. It's not going to matter. You could just be like, God is, or you could be like, here's a whole fucking book. I don't care, right? It's not the words that I'm looking. I'm never going to be looking for words. I already have the words, right? I'm good. Like, let's say you say, yeah, God's a magic spirit being that imbued spirit power. I have all those words. You see, I just used them. Now, I don't know what they mean, but I have the word, and you're never going to explain what they are. You're not going to sit here and give me like the molecular formula for spirit, right? You're never going to do that. I already know that. I already have reached a conclusion that you are never going to explain to me in any ontological sense what spirit is. So I don't ask that, really. It's just show me the thing. You're saying there's a thing, show me the thing. You can't show me the thing, I'm going to say there's not a thing. I'm not like those guys. Absence of evidence is evidence of absence. I'm putting that shit on you. So you're going to have to work your way out of it, right? Because I'll keep you in there. I'll keep you in that hole. I want you in that hole. The absence of evidence is evidence of absence. That's what I'm going to say. Now, prove me wrong on that, right? Like, you're not going to be able to do that. Because in order to invalidate absence of evidence is evidence of absence. In order to invalidate that, you would have to say the presence of evidence is not evidence of presence. You'd have to argue that. It's just because it's literally the same thing. It's just absence versus presence. Where your brain gets confused through the memetics that they've shared with you, through the cognitive panacea that's, sucked your brain in there. They've convinced you that the one thing that proves things aren't there is that they're not there. They've convinced you of this. They've literally got big brain philosopher nerds. You know how many have told me that? Almost every big brain philosophy nerd that I've ever talked to will try to gaslight me and that the absence of evidence isn't evidence of absence. And I'm telling you, it is. And the reason that so many people do this is they've just been gaslit. And how they've been gaslit is location, right? When you take the concept of presence comes with location. It's baked in. It's it's not even begging the question. It's baked in, right? It's a brute fact of presence, right? That there it is. That's what presence means. There, location. So the presence of evidence is evidence of presence. That's simple. We see that shit. It's duh, right? But then they've tricked you, right? Because it becomes asymmetric if you consider absence of evidence, right? It becomes asymmetric with that dependency relationship. That the presence, right, of location, add location to absence. Say absence of evidence is evidence of absence. And now, you've baked into the concept of the other one, the presence, because there's no word location, right? But we all know that presence comes baked in with location. We know that all things that are present are in a spot, and that all things that are not present are in a spot. Also, all spots are absent when a thing isn't there, right? When there isn't a thing right here above my finger, when there's not a thing, it looks like that. That's what it looks like. It looks like that. So you see the absence of evidence right there. It's here too. If I move my finger right here, it depends on how I'm saying stop right here. Don't go all the way up because there's a root, right? Stop right here. So everywhere I'm moving my finger, right above my finger is the absence of something. You could say air, but let's say donkey. Well, right above my finger is the absence of evidence for a donkey. So it's evidence of absence. Because if there was a donkey, we already know, remember, because of location, the presence of donkey would be evidence of presence of donkey. That's a given. It's baked into it. But you're not using the word presence, doesn't use the word location. You just did that. You just connected the two. But why aren't you doing that with absence? Do the two. Every time you think presence, you think specific location. Every time you think absence, you should think specific location. And ask what. Because there's who, what, when, where, why, and how. Where is location, right? So where is isolated to a location? What now is the main question. Who, what, when, where, why, and how. What is the question now? What is in location? Proposition is in location. Well, is that true or is that false? Right? If it's false, then it would be the absence of evidence of the thing that is expected to be in the location is not present. Therefore, it's not there. There's a simpler way to say this. The absence of evidence is evidence of absence. That's just a simpler way to say that. So yeah, it's totally true. But that's a cognitive panacea the philosophers have taught you, right? To keep your brain in a little cage. To stop acknowledging that it is the case that if you want me to accept that there is a thing, I need the location. Location is 100% required in your statement. And if you don't have the location, ooh, really, that's bad. That's bad. That's super bad that you don't have the location to the thing that you're saying there it is, right? That statement, there is a God, there is what? Reference to location. So in spot, where? Oh, you don't have a where to your spot? Ooh, you know what that is? Imagination. Sorry for you, but that's what locations without location look like. Those are called imaginations. So Mordor is a location, but it doesn't have location, right? I mean, you could say it's in a book, but that's just ink. So ink and paper and arrangements and squiggles. There's no Mordor. There's Everest. There's an Everest, but there's no Mordor. There's no location Mordor. There's a map of Mordor, but there's no territory in Mordor. There's a map of Everest, and there's a territory of Everest. There's a territory because, you know, that's the ontology. We have somebody who wants to come up here. Rippled Horizon. You want to come up? Yeah, some do. Some theists do provide location and access to the location. They'll say God is literally right there. Look at it. And then you'll be able to look at it and it'll be right there. Some theists actually do that. I agree with you. You see how I'm not an atheist? How can an atheist say that? An atheist can't say that. What is this? You got to be 18, wizard. Are you 18?
Hello?
Are you at least 18 years old?
Oh, yeah, I am.
Okay.
Yeah, I think that atheism and theism is like dichotomous. I think that a God...
So you think God means one thing? God is one option?
No, I'd say...
Oh, shit, dude.
The
So...
colloquial definition of God.
Yes,
is
but there
one
isn't a
method.
colloquial definition. Do you mean in 2026 or do you mean through all humankind?
In 2026, that's obviously what I mean.
Okay, so why do I care about 2026 when we're talking about the nature of reality? What justification?
Wait, is the nature of reality?
What
not
justification
in-
does 2026 grant us that we didn't have, say, in 26?
Is the present not reality? Is
Yeah,
the
the present's reality.
not 2026?
Yeah, but I'm
Okay.
saying if there's a thing, then there's been a thing, right? That would be true. If there's a thing 1,000 years ago, that thing could still be here, right?
Well,
matter.
yeah, I agree that
Energy.
definitions change, but when we talk about theism and talk about atheism,
Yeah, but you've already conceded.
specifically-
Hold on, you've already conceded. Did you not see it?
Yeah, I agree. Definitions are descriptive.
No. You've already conceded that atheism and theism is a false dichotomy. You've already conceded that. You said
For
theism.
what?
You said God is not one thing.
Yeah, that wouldn't imply that by the semantical content in which I use the word God, that would follow that it's dichotomy.
I don't care about yours. I'm not you. I'll incorporate yours, and that's how I prove that it's not a dichotomy. Thank
So
you.
you don't
Right,
care.
you get that, right?
Okay, so when I present an argument and you don't care about the content in which I use,
You
to
know, you
describe the word
misunderstood it.
God,
You didn't listen to my contextualization of I don't care. I contextualized my old I don't care.
Yes, if I present an argument as to why it's dichotomous, and you're trying to do
No,
an
no.
internal critique utilizing
I'm not
the
doing an
content-
internal critique. I'm not doing an internal critique of your model. I'm not
Okay,
doing that.
So
Listen to
then
what I'm saying.
What the hell are you arguing
Infant,
for?
you got to listen. I've been trying to say it. I'm getting amped up because you won't listen. So listen. I'm not telling you what God is. You're telling me what God is. I'm not in any
I
form,
am.
shape, or fashion telling anyone on
I
this
am.
planet what a God is.
I was about to give my definition until you said
Yeah,
you conceded.
No, you conceded to the dichotomy because you said God's not one option.
Yeah,
What's
I
a-
agree.
what's
I
a
conceded
dichotomy?
to the dichotomy.
Yeah, so that part of the
So
conversation
the dichotomy is
right.
true.
No, it's a
Hello?
false dichotomy. You've agreed it's a false dichotomy.
Where? By me
What-
saying
all right.
that there could
What
be
is a
multiple
dichotomy?
definitions
What is a
all-
dichotomy? Describe a dichotomy.
Yeah, something with only two options.
Okay, You just conceded that theism has more than one option.
No.
Okay,
I
so
said-
you can walk it back. If you want to walk it back and say theism is only one option, then say that.
Well, yeah, I do agree that there's different interpretations of God.
Nope, there's not
But
different
I do believe-
Hold on, you're lying. You're gaslighting me right now. Listen, the Aztec gods are not just different interpretations of the Egyptian gods. That's not right.
No.
That's not true.
By
You're
different
gaslighting me right now.
interpretation, I just mean by different definitions.
Say what you mean and mean what you say. It's not an interpretation.
Damn, like this is like
I am not a different interpretation of you any more than Aztec beliefs are a different interpretation of Egyptian beliefs. You're minimizing human culture. You're trying to equivocate two distinctly incompatible worldviews
What's your
and
thoughts
saying
on the
it's
brain?
one option. It's
What's your
not one
thoughts on
option.
the
You've
brain and the
conceded it's a false dichotomy. Thank you.
What's your thoughts on a brain in the vat?
Were you in my refrigerator or something? What are you talk? Why are you asking me about brain facts? What the fuck? Were you in my house, bro?
No, I'm saying a brain in a vat. Like, what's your thoughts on that?
Yeah, I don't like solipsism. I'm not going to discuss solipsism with you. Solipsism is inherently dehumanizing. You are experiencing me, and if you need more confirmation of my existence than your interaction with me, get off my stage.
So you can't confirm your own existence?
Do you need more confirmation of my existence than I'm already providing you?
I do, yes. How do I?
I don't interact with people who are hallucinating. You're having a psychological break. You need to call 911, right? I can't help you. If you do not accept that I exist, you are having a psychological break and you need to get help. I'm not going to engage with you. I cannot ethically engage with you. If you do not accept me as existent because you are interacting with me, I cannot engage with your delusion. No, I cannot summarize at all. Every time I've ever tried to summarize, people derp out and don't understand what I'm saying. So no, I have to like expound. I can't summarize. I'm right. Everybody else is wrong. There, I've summarized. What do you? Like, how else do I summarize that? Like, if you're not an igtheist, your model is invalid when referencing the topic of God. Notice I'm saying topic of God, meaning linguistics, meaning communication. We're having discourse about stuff and things. Does anybody want to come up? I can invite actually several people now. I could do hello, backpack. I got a penis on my head again. Thank you. Unshakable and non-sectarian heretic. Sorry, I'm a bad reader. So out loud. I'm a bad out loud reader. I think I've suffered head trauma in the brokest region of my head. I'm not sure though. I could be. I've definitely had multiple contacts with things on my head, so it could be that. But the thing is that it would have had to have happened early in my life because I've always been a terrible like out loud reader. It's hard. It's freaking hard. I don't know what you guys are doing, but I like have to see all the letters. It seems like you guys just see like several words at a time or something. I don't know what the fuck your guys' brains are doing, but mine's not doing that. I gotta go like I do that a lot faster, but I gotta go in a contradiction then because but you guys are like fucking reading whole blocks. You know what really annoys me is when somebody's like this, when they're like looking, they're like reading, they're like, all right, and so the dog went down the road, and then what it did is it did these things that it did, and it like they go on to say all the things that their brain already saw on the sheet of paper, like they're able to look up away from it. That triggers the absolute shit out of me, seeing other people do that, because I've always wanted to be able to do that. I can't do that. I literally cannot do that. I get like 3, maybe 4 words. They got to be little words, and I got to like. I could be dyslexic. I don't know, but I can't do that thing right there. My mom's dyslexic, so I could be dyslexic, but it's not something that, it's not really a barrier. It just makes me sound stupid when I read. But when I read in my brain, I don't have that problem. I can read pretty fast. Like I keep up. It seems like I keep up with everybody if it's like silent reading, but out loud reading, oh man, that sounds so bad. It's terrible. So, yeah, maybe I am dyslexic. I don't know. I've never been diagnosed, though. Thanks for the penis head. Appreciate it. People popping off. Appreciate that, too. Thank you. Muchos gracias. Yeah, I don't know if I'm super fast in my head. I think I'm regular fast in my head. Maybe other people like who are regular normal speed out loud are like super fast. I don't know. But I do feel like I mean, there are the nerds in class that are like done way quicker than everybody. Like that exists. Maybe you're one of those, not me though. I'm not a great reader. I've read a shitload, like a metric shitload, mostly textbooks. Sticker. Mostly textbooks and stuff like that, but I've read a lot of like fantasy adventure books. If you guys want a really good audiobook series, Expeditionary Force. Get Columbus Day. You're welcome. But listen to me. Don't get the book. You got to listen to it in the audiobook. It's don't read the book. Do not read it. If you go read the book with your eyeballs, you are not hearing the story. I'm telling you, I promise you. It's like there's a voice actor for it. It's great. Council of Florence. Do you hate my memes? Do you want to come up here and prove that theism and atheism are a true dichotomy, or that there isn't a problem of deduction? Because there is a problem of deduction. It's true. I found it. Well, it was actually revealed to me. But how many times have you had to explain what Igtheism is? Like a shitload. How many times have you had to explain what atheism is? Probably a shitload, huh? Oof. I always love that comeback that, you know, be like, well, nobody knows what atheism is. It's like, yeah, that's true. That's why I'm out here talking about it. Do you never have to explain what atheism is? Like every Christian you've ever talked to properly represents and steelmans your position. You never have to say, hey, that's not what I mean. I'm not saying that about it. No. You have to explain all of our, like, everybody's got to, what do you think, we communicate telepathically? We just look at each other and go, I don't know. That's not what happens, bro. Yeah, I've had to explain atheism like a shitload of times. I'm not saying it was a dick. I'm just saying that is an annoying factor in my brain, right? That's something that triggers me, is that I've heard this, like, I don't know how many times, especially in the early days when I didn't really have, like, a good answer, you know? I didn't have a good answer. I had to, like, basically kind of listen a lot until I could come up with an answer. But that's my answer. That it's the case. We all always have to explain our positions, that our positions are always going to be misunderstood, and we're always going to have the conversations of, well, I didn't say that. This is what I mean. Oh, okay, now I understand, and we move forward. This is what discourse is. And, you know, when the difference between me and an atheist is that when I explain my epistemic model, I don't sound like a moron. Like, I have a proper epistemic model. I can prove the shit that I'm saying. Everything that I say has, like, ontological status in Igtheism. Like, I'm dumb in a lot of other things, so I'm not trying to say everything else is, like, super awesome. I'm just saying when it comes to Igtheism, yeah, I can do all the things the atheists wish they could do if they would just give up this knee-jerk reaction to say God doesn't exist. Like, some gods clearly exist. It's just I don't know what the fuck they are. I don't know what makes a god, other than a monkey pointed at it and called it a god. But since I don't God, I don't know what gods are. These people are telling me what gods are, but they have bad epistemic models. So, I mean, I don't know what to say. It's like, get a better model, like, describe it better, because you're just giving me words, right? Like, people honestly think words are required to prove the existence of stuff. People have tried to shit on me, I don't know how many times, even on this platform, when I say words don't prove stuff. They don't. Words don't prove things exist. That's not how that works. Things exist, and then we can use words to prove that they do. But they got their shit backwards. Their shit is all discombobulated by culture, right? A culture predominantly pushed by theists. Theists shape this world that we live in. They're the predominant philosophers through history. They're responsible for a lot of the memes that we share. They invented these things because there were theists first, right? First, it was the age of theism, right? Everybody was a freaking theist. But after a while of reasoning and going back and forth and bloody, wars and stuff like that, the age of enlightenment comes, right? People start thinking otherwise, right? They're like, well, hold on now, they start pushing back, start cognizing, realities and stuff, aspects of it, right? For discourse, right? That's cognition. We're learning, right? Like, it's a learning problem. We all learn. We start off stupid and we get smarter, right? We learn. But yeah, I don't know how many times I've been asked that. Oh, don't you gotta explain atheism? Like I just use atheism because everybody understands it. Oh, do they? Do they? Is that true? Or is that more gaslighting? Right? It's unintentional gaslighting, but it's gaslighting. Right? I have to call it for what it is. I don't think it's a lie. I know I'm just ranting. I don't think it's a lie. It's not a lie. It's not innocent though, right? We all have a responsibility that when we're discussing our epistemics and stuff, that we're being honest about our observations. But a lot of people have been gaslit into not needing the observations that you could just believe analytically. Like how many analytic nerds are out there with these debate bro, faux philosophers, sophist people that just want around, go around wanting to dunk and make people feel stupid. I want people sometimes to feel stupid where they should feel stupid, right? So that they stop doing it, right? We should get embarrassed. We should understand what embarrassment is and how to navigate embarrassment, right? Being wrong. Like, this is why I just got rid of it. I cannot be defeated. You cannot defeat me. I am undefeatable. I am a fallibilist. I already know everything that I believe is likely wrong. I'm just too dumb to figure out how it's wrong. So when you come along and you point out how my dumb shit's stupid and I change and I adopt this new philosophy, I didn't lose here. What did I lose? I didn't get defeated. I grew. You made me stronger. Like, that's all you freaking did. It's you people who get walked into your philosophy and you start loving like what you believe. That's where you fall, right? That's where you get defeated, right? Because you crushed my whole world. You can't do that to me. I am immune. I already assume I'm wrong. I'm just too dumb to figure out how. So help me out. This is where I'm at. Igtheism. I am too dumb to figure out how Igtheism is wrong. And all the pushback I get is just freaking nonsense, incoherent, unstable nonsense from just completely scattered minds. Just all ends of the spectrum. So that's what I do. I try to teach people this philosophy that we can get ourselves detethered from theism, right? These atheists, like, they're going around like atheism. I don't care about atheism. Call it chirpalopple. I don't give a fuck about the theist aspect of it. It's just a sound that people associate to that's in the arena. There's no theism to it. There's no id to it. It's literally an epistemic model. That's all it is. It's an epistemic model for how we are to properly draw upon our semantics to represent our epistemology. It's a literal philosophy that should be applied at base level. Once you understand atheism, it just becomes part of the framework of the way that you talk to people, how you draw upon memetics to navigate a conversation without picking up all these epistemic burdens you shouldn't have to pick up, like atheists picking up the burden of the God of classical theism. Why would you do that? Why would you pick up the burden of the God of classical theism? You should just be like this. I don't God. That's what I do. I just don't God. Somebody asks me what's a God is, I just say whatever the monkey tells me, man. Whatever that guy says is God is God. I could do it too. I could say that mouse right there is God. I just don't do that. I don't do that. So when somebody asks me if I can prove the existence of a God thing, because I'll often say, yeah, some gods are real, some are not. They'll be like, well, can you prove a God thing? Well, yeah, I could cognitively shit my pants. Is that what you would like to see me do? Just cognitively shit my pants? Like, anybody can shit their pants. If I asked you, can you shit your pants? Is the answer no? No, I can't. I can't shit my pants. Yes, you can. You could just, and then shit your pants. You could just do that. Right? So when I ask, can you prove a God thing, it should be trivial. Yeah, I could cognitively shit my pants and just call something God. Is that what you want me to do? I'm not going to do it. But yeah, I could do that. I could also disprove gods, right? Simple external critiques and stuff like that. Like, this is trivial, guys. If you would just get out of the headspace of atheism and theism, zoom out a little bit, see what the hell I'm talking about, and be like, bam, what the fuck was I thinking this whole time? Right? It's just, if I can figure this shit out, I don't know why anybody would disagree with this shit. I mean, I get the disagreements and I have responses for you guys. I can help you out of your ideology, but you got to want it. You got to want to know it. And a lot of people don't want to know it. They want to try to dunk on me because I'm a fucking powder keg. Then we never really get a good conversation. But Dude, you're just playing on my history, man. I'm a powder keg. I'm a dick, dude. It's just all there is to it. I'm not sorry, but I have insight to that. That's why I do. If you guys knew how much shit I did to mitigate my asshole nature, you wouldn't be blaming me. You guys just don't know me. I get it. I get it, though. I'm absolutely fine with it. Anybody want to push back on my memes here? But you're not saying anything with God, though. So there's no epistemic humility required. There's no entailment. There's no logical entailment to God. That's what I'm trying to say. It's a vapid sound that we make. I mean, you could just say there's difference between shabloo is possible and not having any evidence of shabloo. The fuck does that mean, though, right? Like, it doesn't mean anything. It didn't elicit any real thought in your brain just because I said the word shabloo. It's just a sound. Well, it's actually a word. I've made it a word because the shabloo is a type of Larzel snuffer that applies to the distal end of a fidget wizard, which is the exact kind of example that you get when someone says God's a type of spirit being that imbues magic powers into spirit monkeys. It's the same thing. Literally the same thing. There's no difference. It's 100, like, what's a spirit monkey? I don't fucking know. What's a soul? I don't know. What's a God? I have no clue. Telling me that God's a type of spirit being? What's a spirit being? Well, it's an omni-entity. Okay, well, what's an omni-entity? It's like a thing. It transcends knowledge. Well, now I can't even ask what the fucking thing is. So, what good was that? That's just the problem. So, like, I would want to have I want epistemic humility. I have epistemic humility. I just don't have the gaslighting in my brain anymore that makes me think that God means something to have epistemic humility and say that it's possible that it could exist. I could say that it's possible that unknown object X exists. I just don't know what the logical entailment of unknown object X is. Right? It's possible that unknown object X exists. I don't know. Could be. Maybe it is impossible. I don't know. Maybe unknown object X is a square circle. Could be. Hang on, I got a phone call. The hell was I ranting? Dismiss what, though? Imagination? Dismiss what? Like, have you ever had to get out of a unicorn's way or something? Do you dismiss unicorns? Is that what you do? I've never dismissed a unicorn. That's never happened in my life. I've never had to be like, look, unicorn, fuck off. I've never had to do that. I've never had to dismiss one. Now, I've heard, I can imagine a unicorn. And if you just mean dismiss a magical unicorn thing in my brain, I mean, I just stopped thinking about it. Now I'm not thinking, I am thinking about it now. Hold on. Fuck, this is hard. Hold on. Orange. I have an orange. I'm not thinking a unicorn. Fuck, it's back again. Okay, I can do it. But I'm not like, what do you mean? I'm not dismissing something. Right? Don't you think that when you say, I don't want to dismiss, that you are granting ontology in that statement? It seems to me that ontology must be present in the statement that I don't want to dismiss something. So it's not that I'm dismissal or dismissive, rather. It's not that I'm a dismissive person, that I just like to dismiss things. But if I'm going to say that, it has to have epistemic weight. There needs to be epistemic weight here. I can't dismiss a semantic notion. It's just, it's not there to dismiss. It's not there to go away, right? If anybody tries, and my internet's like going wonky again. If anybody tries to accuse an igtheist of being dismissive with definitions, you are gaslighting. That's what that is, because igtheists, a proper igtheist, someone like me, I guess, is going to accept every single definition I am provided. And there's a reason for that. Because if I deny a definition, I pick up a burden. That's a burden. If I say that's not a God or I reject that, that's a burden I have. I'm not going to do that. I'm just going to keep the burden squarely on your ass. That's what I'm going to do. I have a burden. I have my own burden. That's why it's a philosophy. But I don't have that burden. I don't have the burden to prove to anybody what is or isn't a God. I have a burden of proving where gods come from. That's my burden, is where do gods come from? They come from an inculcative pathway in human culture where we play an endless game of Chinese whispers from the family. One family grows up, makes kids, inculcates them into their religion. They grow up and do the same thing. It's been happening for generations upon generations, probably 300,000 years since our species been walking the fucking planet. We've been trying to convince each other of the beliefs that we hold. That's where it comes from. That's not a proper methodology. That's not how you reach proper conclusions because great grandpappy believed something. That dude probably had a dirty butthole. Dude, my internet is so jacked up right now. It's like permanently like telling me, dude, like you're I hope my quality's okay. I don't know if I'm like roboting or whatever on your end, but I don't know how TikTok handles that. But like I have this big red thing that's been just sitting there. It's been popping in and out, but it's not going away this time. Wait, why? What? Oh. What do you mean? I argue that humans are a superstitious animal that has a proclivity to believe in these things. It is baked into us in our fucking genes, right? Because we are big brain monkeys. We sit here and we deep think. It's a byproduct of that. It's a byproduct of asking questions about importance and love and, meaning and being and essence and value, right? We do this with our big ass monkey brains. So I don't deny that, a monkey born in isolation wouldn't have a difficult time conceptualizing something that can come off as religious or superstitious. That's all it is. It's superstitious behavior passed on to you mimetically from one brain to another. You picked up this infection in utero. So yeah, I mean, we invented it with our big ass monkey brains. So your question is answered by the fact that we invented it with our big ass monkey brains. We were in isolation wherever the fuck we were. Isolation from these concepts, and we invented them to rationalize our reality. Here's a good explanation. I don't know if it's true or not, but it's a cool example. There's a documentary on human evolution, and they just give a really cool example. Somebody thought of a really good example. It's a cool example of where spirituality might come from. It was a story about two guys out on a hunt, and they found like a big moose or something. And one of them, threw a spear and hit the moose. And I mean, it's a moose, so it got pissed and it fucked him up. Like it hit him, like kicked the shit out of him. And his homie who was there saw it, right? He's like, oh shit. And it like fucked it up. It probably caved in half his shoulder or something like that. And the dude like was knocked unconscious. And from that dude's perspective, it looked like he died, right? And now he's got a big angry moose with a spear sticking out of him. He's got his own spear. And he's worried about his buddy. That's his buddy. It's his homie. It's probably his brother or something like that. And he fights to protect his homie. He doesn't know he's fully dead, but he's got a moose on his hands, and he kills the moose or whatever, deer, animal, or whatever, right? And the animal falls on his homie and resurrects his homie, brings his homie back from the dead, right? And this could be like the dawn of this idea that if I kill an animal, I can bring a dead relative back from the dead. I've seen it happen, but I'm a dumbass primitive monkey, so I don't know I'm being duped and bamboozled by being a dumb monkey who just comes up with an idea, right? And I'm not saying that's the idea, but it's not hard to extrapolate that way. That early primitive thought, probably it's associated around loss of consciousness and being hit by animals. And then, we kill the animal. We got to make sure we kill the animal to bring him back from the dead, right? Or something along those lines, right? That the dead can return, so we must preserve them, right? The dead can come back. We just don't know if it happens after a really long time. But we've seen people come back from the dead, right? This guy was dead for like 3 days, and then he comes back, right? Like, this happens. And if you don't live in a world where, you could look up on the news of people being buried alive and wasn't actually dead, he was just like in a coma, right? Maybe his respirations were so shallow that everybody thought he was dead. And here he comes walking out of the fucking woods 3 days later, all beat to shit. It's an idea. It's not necessarily true, but it's an idea. Oh, you want to come up? All right, you got to be 18. You 18?
Yeah, I'm 18. I'm
All
plus 18. Yo, bro, what are you talking about, gang?
Well,
Not
you
gonna
ain't
lie,
listening?
you're saying a lot of. I was just passing by, and you were saying a lot of things with no justification for.
What would you like me to
everything
justify?
Why don't you believe in God,
Which God?
the only true God that comports to our reality, a triune God,
Okay, which one though?
the triune God of classical theism?
I understand you believe in a triangle God, but I'm asking which triangle God you
I,
worship.
the second time I got a little more specific. I said the triune God of classical theism.
Yeah, there's multiple of those. So which one?
How are there multiple gods of So classical theism describes the properties and
So
necessities.
hold on. The God of classical theism is not a triangle God. The God of classical theism is an omni God. The triangle God you're probably referencing is the God of Christianity, Islam, and Judaism. That triangle God.
No,
But that's only a triangle God in Christianity specifically. That's a modification
Yeah,
of Yahweh that came from an earlier religion called Judaism, which came from an earlier religion called Yahwism, which came from an earlier religion that comes from somewhere around the city of Ugarit at 1300 BC. Is that the deity you're referring to? The one that was a henotheistic, polytheistic God? The God of the sky? That one? That triune triangle God? Is that the one you're referring to? Are you gaslighting me or are you involved?
Have you ever looked into classical theism? Because
Yeah, the God of classical theism. Yeah, it's the atheist God. Yeah, I know what the God of classical.
The atheist God.
Yeah, it's the one the atheists use to say they're not theists.
Okay, so do you understand what pure act is?
I understand your nonsensical jargon, yes.
Pure act is nonsensical?
No, the way you synthesize your jargon, right? I understand that you guys use this jargon, and I also understand that it's just religious nonsense.
It's not even religious, bruv.
It's
Classical
just
theism is
religious.
a
How about you show me
philosophical-
the God of classical theism? Can we start there? The ontology?
Yeah, first, I guess I must explain to you what it is, because
No,
clearly you're not aware.
I'll do that
And you clearly
myself.
say
I
you're
just
not
need you to
aware.
provide the ontology. Just provide the ontology. I don't need you to give me words, bro.
Well, me describing what classical theism is will give you the ontology.
I don't need that, though. I'm not asking you for words. I'm
Just
asking you to
asking for the
provide
ontology.
ontology. Yeah, provide ontology. Access. I need
Yeah.
epistemic access to the ontos. That's what can you do that?
Of course.
Okay, give me God. Show it to me. Provide it. Demonstrate its
Wait,
existence. That's what I'm asking you to do. I'm not asking you to give me words. I'm asking you to go like this and show me the thing. That's what I'm asking you to do.
You want me to
Can you
show
do
you
that?
something
Yeah.
that's
I don't. No.
metaphysical?
I'm not asking you to show me a thing and then adding qualifiers. I'm saying you
Provide
So
me
do
the
you or
thing.
do you not want me to show you something metaphysical?
I want you to show me the thing you're saying is real.
It's metaphysical, right?
So you
So how
can't
do
show
you-
me a thing that's real?
Not empirically.
Okay, but then I have no idea in how to fact check any of the bullshit you spew at me. Not interested in
Wait.
your words if I can't fact check them.
Wait, so do you not believe in anything that's metaphysical? That's real?
I said to you, I'm not interested in your words if I cannot fact check them.
Bruh, how can I show you something metaphysically?
It's not my
empirically?
problem, dude. That's your problem. You're the one talking about this thing you can't prove. I
Bro, this
only
is
talk about
nonsense.
things I can prove, like coffee
Do you know what
cups,
metaphysical is?
right? I can look. Coffee cups exist. This is what I'm expecting you to do. If you're gonna say
does
coffee cups
logic
are
not
real,
exist?
do this. If you're gonna say coffee cups are real, do this.
Wait, so does logic not exist?
Logic is a framework that we use to describe reality, things that do
Wait,
exist in their interactions.
Does truth exist?
Did you hear what I said?
Yep, I heard you. I changed the question. Does
Okay,
truth
can you
exist?
wait until you hear the periods in my sentences?
Does
I'm not
truth
on a
exist?
time limit. I'm not on a time limit. Okay? So you don't need to cut me off to finish
Bro,
what
I'm
I'm
waiting for
saying.
you.
No, you didn't.
Okay.
You cut me off. Don't do that. Shit triggers me, man.
No problem. Okay, so does truth exist?
Truth is a function of semantics. It's a semantic
So no.
relationship of something.
So no. You don't
Do you-
believe in truth, but you want me to
Human
prove to you-
beings behave in such a way that we invent truth models and claims. Does that not answer your question?
Say that one more time.
Human beings interact with a truth model. Like, I believe in a correspondence theory of truth. Do you believe in that? Is that yours? What do you believe?
Yeah, I believe truth is things that are real and comport to reality.
No, that's a fact. That would be evidence or something like that. Things that are real.
No,
Right.
that's not evidence.
Okay, do you know the map and territory fallacy? You ever heard of this?
No.
Okay, so you're equivocating the ontos with the epistemics.
Oh wait, the map and the place thing. Yeah,
Map and
I've
territory.
heard that before.
Right.
Yeah.
So what we say about stuff is the map. What is the territory. We
So
can only
apparently
be
truth
wrong in our epistemics and our semantic representation. The ontology can't be wrong. The ontology is what we are appealing to.
This is why atheism is illogical.
I'm not an
You don't believe
atheist.
truth.
I'm not an
clearly are.
atheist. I am not an
Okay,
atheist.
What's your worldview?
I'm an igtheist. It's my name, agnostic one.
Bruh, I hear what you're saying, but you have a lack of no God worldview.
No,
can
you
hear
have a
it.
no God worldview. You do.
Okay.
Your
how so?
model does not provide God. You have a no God worldview. I have
My
a
model
God
doesn't.
worldview. I believe there are things that people refer to as God and they are extant. I just don't know what makes them gods. I don't know that part. And I know people refer to things that do not exist as God. So God can either be proven or disproven in this model. I just don't know what makes them God.
You
Well,
don't know what makes God
I do know what
God?
makes things God, but I don't know what the thing
Okay.
has that makes it a God.
What
My
makes
my
something
definition
God?
of humans point at stuff and call it God.
So wait, what makes something God?
A human being walks up to something like this and then goes, God.
Oh, so God is just a frivolous term to you. It means nothing.
No, that's not what I said. In this case, it would mean coffee cup.
So anything could be God? Can you be God?
Bro, how many people have you spoken to on this planet about God?
I've spoken to a lot of atheists, and it's
No,
always
that's
an
not-
illogical,
It's not my
irrational
question.
conversation.
That's not my question.
Yeah, I know. I just answered what I wanted to answer.
Well, you'll answer my questions or you'll get off my stage. This dude's going to act like he's only talked to like one concept of God. This is bullshit. You're not going to gaslight me. You know that you have talked to people about multiple different concepts of God. To sit here and gaslight me into believing that you haven't is just you being dishonest, and I have no interest in listening to you spew if you're going to be dishonest. I'll listen to you spew to a degree, but you're going to have to be honest with me. I can't do it.
I can't entertain people like you, man. Like, I need you to have integrity, to check yourself and make sure you're not just saying things to say them. I'm not interested in that. That's debate bro tactics. Again, I got a rule against no debate broing. I'm not looking for you to just say stuff. I'm talking epistemics, right? Epistemics, not semantics. You just wanting to say stuff, that's semantics, bro. I don't want semantics, right? This is not confusing. Words do not look. I did this with the guy earlier. I'm going to prove the existence of something. You guys are going to know what it is. And I'm not even going to use a single fucking word to do it. No words. Incoming. No words. What is this? Introduce. I don't know what this means. What is this? Anyway. Look, I'm going to show you something. And I'm not going to use any words. And you are going to come to an epistemic understanding of it. And then after that, after the ontology is demonstrated and the epistemics are fleshed out in your own brain, we will talk semantics. But I'm going to show you something, and I'm not going to do a single word. No words. Look, no words. There's not going to, look, there's no way I can talk right now because my hand is in front of my face. So no words are going to happen. Watch. I guarantee everybody watching my stream here knows exactly what I just held up. They can represent it epistemically. You already have the semantic lexicon to describe it. Everyone does. I didn't say a single word. I've proven the existence of a thing without using a single word. I've demonstrated the thing. You looked at it, and when I call it a pen, you're going to be like, yeah, that's the proper semantic representation of the thing. If I hold this up, if I call this a pen, you're going to be like, well, yeah, epistemically, I'm going to have to push back. I see that you got a thing there, but that's not a pen, brother. This is crazy. This is absolutely, like, why do I got to say this, and what is this? I don't understand what's going on with this thing. Thank you for the likes and stuff. Appreciate that. Dude, if you want to come up, look, I don't have 1,000 followers, so I don't have the button. But some people, if you got 1,000 followers, you can hop up. Or I can bring you up. I can bring up Gemini, Brain Food, Both Siding, Tiny, and those are the ones that might want to come up. If anybody else wants to come up, just say, like, bring me up, and I'll send you the invite. But I'm not just going to send out, like, random invites. That shit's annoying. But if you want to come up here and learn, I mean, I need to know what you're saying in order to answer your questions. I don't really read or pay attention to text. I'm a bad reader. I mean, I pay attention to it, but I'm a terrible reader. And then when I'm talking, I literally, my brain just can't do anything else. It just does that. It just talks. Do you want to come up, Tiny? Oh, he ran. He ran. Wow. I don't see you on my list anymore. You were on it, but now you're not. I'm refreshing. I don't see you. Can I, like, click on your name? Does it do it that way? I could follow you back. There you go. I try to follow people back, so if you want to follow, just send me a follow, and I usually go down my list at the end of the, like, whatever's, follow people, to pay it forward or whatever they are. You got to be 18 though, at least 18. 18.
Yeah, I'm 45.
All right.
Yeah, so am I wrong if I define Igtheism as the position that there is no meaningful definition for God? Is that correct?
No. When you're reading the wiki, it's saying what it's trying to say to you. Whoever fucking wrote it sucks, but what it's trying to say is that before you can discuss like epistemics and ontology, that you do need a concept of God, but where it goes wrong is people think that all conceptualization starts with semantics. Cognition provides a pathway for your brain to logic a semantic network, right? To explain semantically something. So you cognize reality, and that would be your epistemics, right? You observe, you build an understanding in your brain about what you're observing, and then you draw in tandem, you have in your brain in tandem with that, a semantic model called linguistics that you draw upon to then explain what you're seeing to someone like me. And the point of Igtheism is trying to say, absent this shared interrelated experience, right? Where you're saying, hey, do you see that thing? And I'm saying, yeah, I see that thing. There's no way for us to talk about it. It may be the case that you saw a thing one time and now it's not there and you could talk to me about it, and that's fine. There's not really anything inherently wrong with that. But oftentimes people will gaslight you, and religions are notorious for gaslighting you about the epistemic nature of what is purely semantics. And so this Igtheism is a model to differentiate imagination from reality using a cognized pathway to derive the framework that will allow us to pick the proper semantic notions. Because with semantics, you have like the word flat in your head, right? This concept of flatness. And flatness can be applied to literally anything. So you just bring with you, wherever your journeys take you, this lexicon of human communication. And that's what I'm saying. People use language to gaslight each other into believing that we have proper semantics. To have proper semantics would mean that you started with this idea that there is a thing, and your experience is what is informing you to pick the proper semantics. So that you say it's a donkey because you experience a donkey. But you have to be experiencing a donkey for the statement, there is a donkey, to make any sense. You could say, I saw a donkey. But if you say there is a donkey and you don't have a location where there is a donkey, then your statement is meaningless. It's semantically meaningful, but it's cognitively meaningless. And since it's cognitively meaningless, you can't develop a proper epistemic because there is no epistemics. There's just semantics.
So basically, it's like conveying fiction in a way that, like, we're describing like Goku or like Superman or like any fictional character. This would be like the description of what people call their belief system, basically, when it comes to like God.
I distinguish that, though, out of charity to say that it comes from an inculcative pathway rather than its imagination where it's just fiction. They're not describing fiction, and that's the crux that allows me this philosophy. If they're saying this is my imagination, I don't care. I'm not going to give you any pushback. It's your imagination. I don't care. Whatever you want to think. I got square circle, man. You're free to have whatever creatures you want, and I'm not going to tell you you're wrong about the shit you imagine. When you're saying it's real, that's where critical analysis comes in. That's where I'm going to need the thing, at least at one time. I only need a thing one time, and then I'll accept it all the times, like generally, right? Like dogs. If you said to me, you have a dog, I'm just going to believe that you have a dog, bro.
Well, yeah, because it's more likely for people to have experienced a dog. Yeah, I get what you're saying. Yeah. Like if there's something in the world that we can point to like ostensively or gesture at without words, like you did with the pin just now, right? Like we can just show this object, and then
that's an easy one. Don't conflate though. It gets harder. I can't just show love, bro. That's a lot harder. You can, but it's not the same, right? You have to talk relationships. You have to make observations between people, get a sense of adoration between the two, and then you can infer love, right? Because we understand love as a relationship that people have. So it's harder to demonstrate, but you can demonstrate it.
It's hard to demonstrate reciprocity. I agree. Yeah.
Yeah, it's difficult, but it's just more difficult than demonstrating a pen.
Impossible.
The only thing I'm using the pen for is to articulate the fact that you don't need words. What you need is experience, and then you will fill in the words. You already have the words. This is why saying like Igtheism is about definitions is not true. It's about building proper epistemic models because we draw upon semantics to represent our model. That's the problem, is that whether it's imagination or reality, we're using the same model to explain either.
Right. That makes sense. Yeah. Yeah, I appreciate you, man. Thank you for clarifying that.
Yeah, it's Igtheism. I'm like the only Igtheist that I know of that like streams live. There's like videos and stuff that you can see from like years ago and stuff, but they're just like people describing Igtheism. I think it doesn't really do people much. They need to see how it argues and articulates through a philosophy. Problem with me is I'm a powder keg, so it's hard for me to navigate conversations with people that I've in my brain trivialized their position. Especially on a platform like this where I'm hyper restricted in saying what I need to say, because what I try to say is that what happened to you is that you were inculcated. You were manipulated by people. I'm not going to say who those people were or are, but you were manipulated by people to engage in pure semantic representations as valid epistemics. This is gaslighting. This is what happens to most of us. It happens through our culture. I often talk about Chinese whispers or telephone. Our families do this. We, generation by generation, we build upon the narratives of our past. So this is a very intrusive thing that begins happening during development. You're in the womb hearing consistent sounds that you'll hear as clearer sounds and patterns when you get outside the womb and you hear that it's like people singing hymns and shit like that, right? That you are immediately inculcated and saturated with these things, that a lot of this stuff becomes things that you figured out before you even like knew you existed, right? These foundational beliefs. Somebody got a hold of your brain before you even had access to your brain. Your brain did not have object permanence enough to create a conscious sapient self-awareness. It was still struggling at developing object permanence, and you knew your name, where you lived, people, you know, you had favorite toys, you were somewhere, right? These are experiences that your meat sack was having, but because you couldn't properly produce object permanence, you weren't remembering it and didn't have sapient self-awareness. But they're, you know, between the ages of 5 and 7 is when the brain is sophisticated enough with object permanence that it begins experimenting with it. And that's our first memories. It's usually associated with some traumatic event, but it's toddler trauma. It could be like literally dropping your banky, right? Or a door shutting too loud or something like that. And your little toddler brain gets traumatized by that. The amygdala spikes and you have a memory. Your first memories are the first attempts at your brain to synthesize object permanence that would facilitate consciousness. This continuity, because your consciousness is deleted every night, or maybe multiple times in a day. You just turn off and then your meat sack produces a new consciousness. It's an emergent property. When the functions that give rise to an emergent property cease, the emergent property ceases. Because the emergent property never existed. The parts existed, their flux or influx or whatever existed, but the property of emergence is not manifest. It's not a thing separate from the parts. You can't have 1 kilogram of parts and 1 kilogram of emergent property. That's 2 kilograms of shit. Right? You just have 1 kilogram of parts that's doing shit. And the doing shit is the emergent property. When the doing shit stops, then the emergent property is not there. It's gone. It technically never was there. So technically, consciousness isn't there. It's a transient function that the brain produces, probably for reflection and self, corrections and personality development for prediction, future activities.
Yeah, I consider it a process, or part of the interaction between the self and the environment, basically.
Yeah, that's in there, sure. I got no pushback there. I don't know if I'd limit it there, but
yeah.
Don't limit what I said to what consciousness is either, right? It's a very complicating thing. There's whole branches of neuroscience that talk about it. We have a lot of knowledge about what consciousness is, and I think knowing about what consciousness is does help trivialize the aspect, so it's easier to understand it. Understanding it mimetically. You don't have to have a deep understanding of it. You just have to have an understanding that, your consciousness is being produced the same way that balance is being produced. And why am I sitting this direction? Like, maybe to you, I'm actually like this, right? And to somebody down in, over there in like Africa, I'm like this, right? But so why am I sitting like this? Because this is the environment I'm in. I'm pulling down this direction. So how should I sit in accordance with the environment that I'm in? We're animals that respond to the stimuli. Have you ever heard of the 9 dolphins illusion?
No.
Google it.
All right. Do you have any suggestions for reading for the position of agnosticism, like any philosophers or anything?
Nope. I read everything everybody else read on Igtheism. I'm sure there's books out there, I guess, but I've never read any of them. I think most people just kind of get a cursory glance at Wikipedia. I only call myself an Igtheist because it's the only philosophy around that sounds anything like what I argue. I sort of invented the philosophy myself, but I invented the philosophy from my interactions with other people, things that I learned from them, principles that I thought were reasonable. I just incorporated it as memes and argue.
Yeah,
I
think everyone does that.
Yeah, me too. I think so too. That we all kind of come to our own stuff, but we're influenced by other people. I didn't have that. I didn't really have like atheists to learn from. I had atheists who argued against theists, but then there's this guy that goes back, one of the first online people I met. He went by the name Parabola. He was an EMT somewhere. I'm not going to say where, but he was the first naturalistic pantheist I ever met. And he was the first guy that offered me a God that existed that I couldn't push back on because he wasn't saying it was anything that I didn't already accept about reality. I mean, oftentimes people call naturalistic pantheism as sexed up atheism, but he was staunch that he wasn't an atheist, that he believed God is the universe and the universe deserves the reverence people give God. So to him, and when I learned about this naturalistic pantheism, I realized that atheism didn't go far enough to explain extant deities that are real, right? Atheism would have me pick up a burden that I wasn't ever comfortable telling Parabola that that's not a God. Like, that's what the atheist wanted me to believe, that the reality I'm in is not God. Parabola wanted me to believe that it is, and at least Parabola is offering reality, right? Offering the ontos. Now, I just epistemically push back. I don't revere reality. I think it's dope as fuck, but I don't revere it, right? I have reverence for things in it, but I don't worship it. So I don't disagree with the naturalistic pantheist God. I just don't understand why they do it beyond the inculcation or the need to get past like things like concepts like immortality or something, like importance and value.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah. Well, yeah, I really appreciate talking to you. Thank you for that, and I hope you have a wonderful night. And it was great to meet you. I'm going to follow you. Well, I'm already following you, so.
Yeah, like I said, I usually go through and follow back, so I appreciate it.
Oh, yeah, man. Well, yeah, it was great to meet you, like I said, and I hope you have a great night.
Take care. Be safe.
You too. You too.
Yeah, I mean, the problem is that part of inculcation. Oh shit! What is this? You farting hearts at me with a corgi? Thank you, appreciate it. That's funny. That's actually pretty funny. You did that with the I think a heart the other day. Appreciate it. I never been farted at with a corgi heart part. I don't know if I saw that right, but that's what my brain. Maybe I extrapolate. Did I see that? Did a corgi just fart at me, hearts? Appreciate it. No, host didn't cook anybody. That dude asked some questions and wanted to learn about Igtheism, and he learned. I don't know what his position is. I don't think anybody got owned in that shit. That was just me talking about what Igtheism is and showing that I can offer justifications. That I'm not just spewing fucking nonsense, right? I'm telling you guys, like when it starts clicking and it sinks in there, dude, you're gonna hate me. even more. You're gonna be like, holy shit, it's true. It's simple as fuck. It's just a lot of jargon, right? You've been gaslit. They don't, the man, didn't want you to know this shit. They wanted to keep your brain like confined and shit. It's it's bullshit, but still, that's what humans do. We gaslight and manipulate each other, sometimes for good reasons, man. Sometimes there's good reasons to gaslight. I think the best gaslighting and cultural damage that we should be doing to each other, I say to people, is like, if you have a kid, when you have a kid, you should buy a dog that's got a life expectancy of about 12 years. Okay, 12 to 16 years is perfect. And then when that kid learns loss, there's trauma. You got to be 18 to come up, and that trauma is good for you, because if you learn to process that trauma with a dog, you'll be better prepared if something worse happens, like a brother or a sister or a close person. You'll have the memetics, the experience, the emotional support, yada yada, to work through that. And it's a good way to cause that kind of damage before, like I said, something worse happens. So, and then on top of that, the damage at the end comes from a life given with a pet that loved the shit out of you and was probably awesome as fuck. So there's really no harm in it, but this kind of thought, because I'm saying, when you have a baby, you should look at this baby as a thing you want to have a little bit of trauma happen at 12 years old, right? That is a negative thought. That's not a positive thought, but you're reinforcing behaviors in them. You're building peer bonding. The dog and the human, they become buddies and shit, relationships, love and loss. That's all good for us, but it's also traumatic and bad for us. Anybody ever been in love and then lost that shit? Sucks. Thanks for all the support, everybody. It's dope as fuck. And I don't know how to say your name, dude. I don't speak that language. How do you say that?
Yeah, my name is Gumbo.
Gumbo?
Yeah, it's not what it says, but that's my name.
Okay. And
So,
what's up?
yeah, so if theism or atheism is a false dichotomy, what's going to be the third option?
Well, that's incoherent. I'm saying there's less options than there would available. There's not a third option. If anything, it would go down to two options. But I'm saying it actually goes down to one option. And that
Which would be?
Igtheism. Igtheism is the only valid position to take on the topic of the Godhead. Atheism and theism are not singular choices, right? It's like saying fruit versus meat, right? And that's a dichotomy. I mean, in a fashion it is, but that's because fruits are consistent with fruits and meats are consistent with meats.
Yeah,
Dude,
but if I were to say...
that noise,
Yeah,
hold
but
on,
both are-
hold on. You don't get to beat the shit out of your microphone, cause ear damage, and then interrupt, bro. So be careful with your microphone. I'm wearing headsets. That shit's loud. So what I was
Holy shit,
saying...
bro, stop fucking bitching. I'll do whatever the fuck I want, dickhead. The fuck?
Okay, we'll do it off my stream. It's fine. Go do what you want. Go ahead, big boy. big man, go out there. Go out there and be somebody. Did you think I was gonna put up with that, dude? God. Trying to help your brain understand some stuff. And then did I say something that hurt, bro? Like, what was it? Did I hurt your feelings saying I'm wearing headsets? Look, I'm wearing headsets. You beating the shit out of your microphone hurt my ears. Gosh. These are popping off like the followers. So it's pretty cool. Appreciate it. It's like, look, man, what I was saying was, if you think fruit versus meat, is that a false dichotomy? Well, no, because the category fruit is a meaningful category. It's not like fruits, like 30 different fruits that make the concept of fruit just all fucked up. No, it's fruit. And meat has the same effect. It's like you got chicken, you got turkey, you got pork, you got beef, right? You got the bananas, you got the whatever, like the apples, the oranges, you got all the fruits, right? If it was the case that you had a bunch of like meats that weren't meats and you had the one true and only meat, in the group of 16 different meats, and then in the other group you had like the same that's not a dichotomy. This is nowhere near a dichotomy. This is just you've been gaslit into thinking that the word God means one thing and it doesn't. And when you say it means one thing, you're just gaslighting other people. I can tell that you're gaslighting other people because I've talked to other people with so many different God concepts that I'm already aware of enough gods to say to you that it is the case. I'm not asking you. All you could do is provide me yours or say that none of them are real. And it doesn't matter because I'm still right about this, that it's a false dichotomy. Like you have to fix it. You can't make it dichotomous. You can make a dichotomous solution. I don't know if I learned about dichotomous solutions in microbiology, but you can make a dichotomous solution, but you can't make a dichotomy. This is the problem. Like you can't give me a pile of one things over here and a pile of one things over there, and it's like random shit in each pile, and then say this is a dichotomy, bro. No, it's not. That's not a dichotomy. Learn what dichotomies are. Why is there so many people and then nobody wants to come up here? Oh, got 2 guests. Let's see what's happening. Oh shit, I clicked a button. Hold on. Okay, here we go. Bam, bam. You guys got to be 18, like, to be up here.
Yo.
Hey.
Hey, would you agree that depending on how somebody describes God, you could put yourself into 3 categories? Either A, agnostic, if the definition of God defies the laws of logic. That's like category 1. Category 2, agnostic atheist, where maybe it doesn't defy the laws of logic, but they can't empirically substantiate it. Or category C, or 3, if it's logical and they can demonstrate it empirically, then it would be theist. Would you agree that like you could describe yourself in those 3 categories depending on how they describe God?
Can you simplify your question, man? I'm not sure what you're asking.
That was like as simple as do you agree that depending on how somebody describes God, you could consider yourself agnostic?
I always consider
theist?
myself igtheist. When someone offers me a God that exists, I say your God exists, but I don't know what makes it a God other than the fact that you called it a God. If someone says God doesn't exist, or there is a God that I believe does not exist, I just say that this thing does not exist. I just don't know if it's a God. I don't know what gods are. That's the situation that I'm dealing with here. I have heard what gods are, but I don't know what gods are.
I don't think you've understood what I said.
Maybe you don't understand Igtheism?
Well, could you steel man like the question that I asked you?
No, I can't. Initially I had you repeat the question, so I'm not even going to try, dude. You said you couldn't simplify it, so why do you think I can steel man everything that you're saying right here? I'm trying to say from an igtheist perspective, as an igtheist, when I say a God exists, I conclude I just don't know what makes it a God other than you called it one. Does that not make sense?
Well, I asked you a specific question, and it just sounds like you're not responding to it.
Okay, but then maybe I don't know, try asking your question in a different way. Use different words. Do you not know semantics? You said you can't dumb it down. Maybe overcomplicate it. Maybe that'll work. Ask your question in a different way, dude. Do you not take English composition? Do you not know how to do this? I was forced against my will to take.
Recommended this guy to me. He kind of seems like a huge dickhead so far.
Correct. That's an astute observation. Can we get back to the subject?
Yeah, if you can chill, bro. I'm like,
I cannot chill. I cannot chill. I can't do that. I can't do what you're asking me to do. Is that a pedagogical barrier for you? If it is, please leave.
It is if you won't let me speak.
Can you be more of a dick? Can you be more of a dick?
All right, host. Yeah, guys, this guy was not worth me coming up here.
Then bye. I don't care. I'm a dick, remember? Fuck's wrong with you? You think I give a shit talking to you? You're an obstinate ass, bro. You wouldn't ask your question in a different way to help facilitate the conversation. You just said it's the only way to ask the question, and I can't possibly ask it in a different way. I guess we're at the end then, right? You didn't have to, like, rage quit. You could have just been like, all right, well, I guess we're not moving forward and click disconnect. But no, you just felt the need to get the jive in there and call me an asshole is something I've known for, like, 35 freaking years, bro. What do you think I don't know I'm an asshole, bro? You think anybody in this stream doesn't immediately recognize this dude's an asshole? Do you think you were helping them out, pointing out that I'm a dick? I'm a smart dick, though. That's a problem for you. That's not a problem for me. It's a problem for you. Get over it. Because I don't care. That's what dicks do. They don't care about your emotional dispositions. I just want to have the conversation. And you didn't want to have the conversation because when I asked you to clarify your question, your very convoluted 3-step process to a fucking pyramid scheme question, I didn't know what you were talking about, dude. Like, seriously. Like, seriously. What is wrong with some of you people? You know, you're coming into my stream being all like, you're too much of a dick, right? That was your premise, that I'm too much of an asshole. And then when I said, I know, I get that, could you be more of an asshole for me? You were like, no, that's too unreasonable. I can't be more of an asshole. So you were asking me to be less of an asshole for you. But you wouldn't be more of an asshole for me, and I'm the dick. Okay, I think we're the same, right? You have this personality, and it conflicts with mine. I understand, but I don't need to denigrate you if I don't want to talk to you. I just don't go to your stream. Whoever brought you in here, maybe talk it to them. You don't need to like use my platform to sit here and cry about it, dude. We're not compatible. Swipe left. It's like that's what you do, right? You just swipe left. Oh wait, no, it's up. My bad. It's up. I forgot where I was. Thanks for the support, guys. Dude, like, this guy can come back up, man, but, like, you're just going to have to try harder to ask your question. And maybe type it. Try that. Try typing your question. Since it was, like, a 3-part saga of questions that I didn't understand, maybe you could type it. And then, you know, that will help be a helpful, you know, mimetic device. Or mimetic or whatever, I forget. Mimetic device. Still haven't looked up Igtheism. I mean, there's not really anything to look up, man. There's not really a lot of information out there. The aliens don't want you to know this philosophy, bro. It's the aliens. They don't want you to know. So, it's like, dude, hold on. I'm dying. It's like, who do you think you are? For what? Like, come to my stream and being all like, this guy's just not worth my time. Okay, that's cool. I'm not worth your time. But, like, who do you think you are to me, though? Like, is that, I'm supposed to be bothered? Anybody supposed to be bothered? Like, you're some big guy? You're big man? You're big man out there? That's the problem with philosophy is there's, like, experts, right? There's, like, well, let me tell you how to think. There's like definitely this way. And it's like, no, dude. There's a lot of ways to think. Just look around you. And you're going to have to learn, you know, to have that conversation. If you can't, I mean, that's kind of on you, right? It could have been. But the overly nice person who is an extremely nice, non-asshole person who I conflict, you know, emotionally with, wouldn't articulate another way to ask his question. So there's nothing I could do. I mean, I never professed to be big brain, right? Wow. You gonna abuse me more, dude? Are you the guy? Are you the guy that was abusing me? You come back, you're not done bullying me? Huh? Cat got your tongue? You just gonna hot mic, dude?
Yeah, I think you might be assuming that I am like an opposition and like a Philbro. I'm not.
I didn't assume anything about you, dude. I asked you to clarify your question, and you said I was too dumb, and that was the dumbest that you could dumb it down, and I was just too dumb to understand your already dumbified question.
You're projecting because I literally never said that explicitly or implicitly.
Yeah, that's what you said, though. That's what I heard. Sorry. I speak language, and that's what I heard, dude.
Okay. Well, again, I think you're projecting. Let's move past it.
That's what I heard, though. Right. That's our
it.
relationship at this point. I'm not going to move past it. You want me to get brain damage? Is that what you just said? Did you just threaten me with brain damage?
Okay, so you don't want to have a discussion.
No, I do, but you just asked me to forget something. I'm not going to do that for you.
I didn't ask you to forget anything.
Yeah.
I asked you, can we move beyond this?
Yeah, we can move beyond it, but I ain't going to fucking treat you any different until you start treating me different, buddy. Mr. Friend.
Holy shit, guys. Like, what the fuck?
Hey, man, you started it, bro. You said I was dumb and I couldn't understand your already stupefied question, and then you rage quitted my.
I literally never said that.
So
bro.
I'll just do this, and then you rage quitted my fucking stream after insulting me. You can unmute yourself.
Okay, I think I'm gonna host my own live.
Did you come up to rage quit again? Is that what you did? You come up to rage quit again?
I came up because I thought we could continue the conversation.
Start
and
yapping.
Let that go.
Start yapping.
Not when you have this demeanor. I'm just gonna let it go, and I'm not even gonna.
Then it'll never happen, bro. This is my demeanor. This is me. Hi. Jesus. Yeah, run. Who is this guy, dude? Like, does he know he's on the internet and I'm a jerk? Like, I'm doing my best to not. I haven't really insulted you at all, if you noticed it. I have not insulted you. But I am aggravated, bro. Do you have any idea the amount of insults that are being contained inside this brain right now? You have any clue? And I haven't said any of it, bro. If anything, I self-denigrated. I just reinterpreted what you said. That's what you said. I said, hey, man, that shit's just too complicating for me. I don't know what you're asking. And I was like, can you dumb it down a little bit? And you were like, oh, no, it's already as dumb as I can make it. And it's like, that's not my fault that your jargon is too complicated. Dude, you asked me a 3-tier question with multiple choice options in each one. I guess I'm dumb, bro. I guess I'm dumb. I'm dumb. I guess I'm stupid. Yeah, TikTok has me. If we were on Discord right now, dude, like my mouth would just be, within toss of Discord. It's just like, dude, like, I understand. Look, this is what needs to happen. You get over it. Right? I'm not going to get over it. You're a part of me now, bro. This is what I know of you, man. Like, I will only get over it when you start filling my brain up with different experiences. But as far as I know right now, you think I'm dumb, and I can't understand you, and I'm an asshole. And I only agree with one of those, really. I don't think it's that I don't understand you. I think it's the case that your question had 3 parts, as you said. It had 3 parts. And then there were multiple fucking options in each part, and I just didn't know. I lost. I was like, I don't know what the fuck. I lost. Okay, so he's asking me something. And I just started answering, and you're like, oh, no. That has nothing to do. And I was like, all right, well, then can you re-ask it? And I'm the asshole here. I'm the asshole. Me. This is the asshole. Dude, all right, sorry for the wheeze laughing, man. I'm a smoker of, But listen, don't blame him. Okay? Listen, Brian. Don't blame him. I am not easy to handle for some people. I'm sure he's a nice guy. I'm not. And I'm a good person. Okay, I am a good person. I'm not a bad person, but I am a dick. Okay, I will get insulted if someone describes me in any other way, because you will be lying to someone. So don't blame him. It's not his fault. I'm half ape, bro. He can't handle me, and that's fine. That's, dude, my endeavor to get on TikTok and YouTube is to get nerds to start talking about Igtheism. Not to be a dick like me. It's to get a big brain nerd who has, look, I have a decent big brain, but I have a low EQ. Okay? And what I need is, look, it's more like this. Okay? All right, hold on. These are normal. This is normal. So it's like, all right, so, not that much. That's Huber's here. All right, so it's like this. This is intelligence. This is EQ. Now you see, this is normal. Okay? It's like this. I'm looking for somebody that's, well, I'm really looking for this, but more like this, actually. Maybe like that. About like this. This is what I'm looking for. For a nerd, big brain nerd, to take up this philosophy and just do it better than me so I can listen for a while. That's what I want. That's what I'm trying to do. So, you know, it took me 20 fucking years to get on the internet and start trying to, I've been sitting here waiting and wait. Oh shit, I gotta thank you for the donation. It's pretty cool. I didn't see that. I'm really bad at seeing stuff. But my goal is to get a big brain nerd on board, so that I can outsource them as a mimetic spreader, and then they'll be like a pyramid scheme. You know what I'm saying? No, I don't want disciples. Absolutely not. Look, I'm an ethical misanthrope. I'm not on your side. Like I said, if you like the message that I got going on here, that's fucking dope. But you're in my out group, and because of my history, everybody's got to stay in the out group. I don't want people in my in group no more. I don't want an in group. So, absolutely not. Did I ever tell you about Igtheist Ragnarok? So when I have finally managed to convert the entire planet to Igtheism, it'll usher in a new age of Igtheist Ragnarok, where we will all get like weapons of combat, preferably like two-handed weapons, one hand, no guns, none of that shit. Like Highlander. Think Highlander. It's going to be Highlander. Let's take Theist Ragnarok. So, look, I don't want disciples, man. I'm agnostic one. I'm going to be the last one. Right after Theist Ragnarok, it's going to be me. And the thing is, though, we can't have the Ragnarok if there's, like, one dissenter. Just one person who disagrees with us. Even an Igtheist taking it for the team so that Igtheist Ragnarok could be staved off is enough to stop Igtheist Ragnarok. Sort of, but I mean the bar to actually getting to Igtheist Ragnarok is super high. Like it's probably not going to be achievable. But I do want everybody on planet Earth to be an Igtheist. Yeah, that would be the goal. I mean that's ethics, right? Shouldn't it be the case if I think Igtheism is good for one, it should be good for all? Well, I think everybody should adopt this philosophy. That's why I'm out here running my mouth, trying to get the big brain nerds on my side. Well, not on my side, but as Igtheists to go out there and Igtheism, right? To undo the damage culture's done. And this guy, whoever he is, I'm sure he is a decent fellow and he has had a good life and not really a lot of bad shit has happened to you. And that's fucking wonderful, dude. I'm glad for you. But not everybody's is, in a position like you, bro. Not everybody's just as happy-go-lucky, wanting to just be nice and share platitudes and do that kind of human interaction, dude. I just wanted your brain so that I could use it as a vessel for my memetics and then get you to spread it. If you don't want that, bro, that's fine. You don't have to get it, right? It's just totally volitional. It's absolutely your choice. Oh, you going to come back up here and abuse me? You want to call me dumb again? Is that what it is?
Okay.
Third time's a
What
charm?
I was saying, host, is that I put myself into 3 different categories depending on how somebody describes God. and I'm trying to figure out if you would agree with how I categorize myself. And I listened to you for a second before I joined, and it sounded like you might, and so that's all I was doing. So can I share with you how I categorize myself based on how somebody describes God?
If you feel the need to share that information, you go ahead.
Well, it's not a need. I mean, it's a want if you are desiring to engage in it. But if you're not, then I don't want to just talk, to a wall.
Okay, so you clicked the button, right?
Yep, I sure did. I clicked the button.
And then I clicked the button. And then I clicked the button.
Mm-hmm.
What does that mean? Let's big brain this shit, bro.
Okay, so you do want to entertain my idea. Is that correct?
Is it going to be like this with you the whole time, man? Just go, bro. You say what you got to say, man.
Okay. So I put myself into 3 categories depending on how somebody describes God, because I agree with you. Like, what the F is God? And so if somebody describes God in a way that defies the laws of logic, like it's contradictory, it's nonsensical, I too would describe myself an agnostic to that God.
Why?
Whatever they're saying.
Why?
Because I have no idea what it means. I'm ignorant to the proposition God.
That's not Igtheism. Igtheism is not ignorance. Is that what you think Igtheism is? Is about ignorance?
Ignorant to the proposition. That's what I think agnostic means.
It's
yeah,
not.
I'm using agnostic, not
Igtheism. Yeah,
okay, what is Igtheism?
Well, agnosticism and Igtheism are the same thing.
Well, I think that you could not be an Igtheist without being an agnostic. Like, yeah, I agree. It's basically the same thing. What is your idea of Igtheism?
So Igtheism is a linguistic philosophy about human communication. It's not about the ontology of God. It's about the fact that atheists, theists, and the orbiting philosophies are not properly building an epistemic model to reference it until they do. And then when they do, it's some trivial aspect of reality.
Where are you getting your etymology of Igtheism?
From my brain.
So you're just making it up?
Yeah, I made it all up, dude.
Okay. Well,
is there a problem with that? Am I not allowed to make up philosophies or something? Is that a dick move on my part? I didn't get that memo. I thought we could all just do it. Is that true? We could just do it? Do I have to get a subscription or something?
Again, it feels like you're projecting. I didn't infer that. I didn't say it explicitly. I am just wondering, because that is not my concept, and I recognize that there's not a lexical for agnostic or igtheist, but from the study that I've done, it is from a book where agnostic was used, and it was used to describe basically agnostic, but with an IG.
Who wrote the
for
book?
Ignorant.
What's the name of the book?
I'll need to look it up again. I don't have it offhand, but I can look it up real quick if you want.
I mean, I just wanted to know the name of the book, dude. To see who wrote the book.
Yep, I'd have to look it up. Do you want me to do that real quick? I can provide it to you.
You could send it to me in a message or something. You don't have to do it.
Okay. Well, I'm just telling you where I'm getting my understanding of agnosticism.
Okay. Well, your faction. I'll give you A. I'm B. I don't care. I'm Z. I don't give a shit. Okay. I'm an atheist, and I argue atheism.
Okay. And all right, we just have different definitions of atheism, I guess.
Yeah, I think mine is probably going to be better than yours, but we'd have to flesh that out. I start with an idea that this is a linguistic model. This is how we properly represent epistemics. And what I'm saying about atheists and theists is that they're not appealing to ontology when they're making epistemic claims. What they're doing is providing, like that little picture at the bottom, pure semantic content. This shit that you guys are dealing with, the atheists, the theists out there in the world, you guys are dealing with, when you look at it properly, it's just semantics. But you've been convinced that the semantics is a valid epistemic model. It's not. It's just the blatherings of a ground monkey.
Mm-hmm. So if you said that your definition is better, right? That's what you said?
Well, I would say my model. I don't know if I said definition.
Okay. Well,
I might have said.
you said that your definition is better, But if it's stipulative, you're giving it a definition, and in the term that's used, igtheism, it could be just anything.
What?
You could call it blah blah blah, and you could use that definition.
No,
We could
I
say,
don't.
okay, blah,
Hold
blah
on.
means that.
Atheists don't God, dude. We don't God, bro. Atheists don't God. Why are you Godding? The fuck are you doing? And you're an atheist who goes around Godding? Atheists
Well-
don't God. That's the burden the atheist has recognized we don't want to pick up. We don't want that burden. To tell someone what a God is, let them tell you. That's the only thing I know what a God is. Whatever the person I'm talking to is telling me it is. That's it. There's no other concept in my brain that references ontology of God except for my own proprietary definition, which is a meaningless, incoherent sound people use to express their unwillingness to do a valid investigation about a natural phenomenon. That's what I mean by God, but that's only based on my observations of the ground monkey. This isn't about the ontological nature of some thing we don't have access to or is right there because it's growing in the ground because some dude said that the thing that my dog peed on is God, right? That counts in my model. As an atheist, if I'm standing there in my yard and your dog comes in my yard and pees on my tree and you call it a God, then it's a God. I don't give a shit. I don't God. I'm not here to tell people what gods are. Why would I do that? I'm an atheist. I don't have that ontology. I have a linguistic ontology.
It
My
sounds like
ontology
you're
is
saying that I'm
humans.
making a lot of claims that I'm not.
I don't know
that's
what
been
you're
a
making.
theme.
I'm not
I think
talking
that's been a
about you.
theme
Did I
throughout
say
this
anything about you
conversation.
said? I didn't say anything you said I said. I was saying what
You,
I said.
you actually just said
I
that
was saying
you,
what
you,
I
you
said.
make these claims about God, and you don't.
I
do
was
that.
saying what I
No,
said.
okay. To anybody who's listening, you are making assumptions about me, and that's a theme throughout this conversation.
Yeah, I'll make assumptions. Does that
This will
hurt?
be the last time
Does
I
it
come
hurt?
up. Yeah.
Yeah, it will be the last time you come up. I'm never inviting you up, dude. Prima donna, little diva. Shut up. Go away. Bring you up. What's up? All right, are you 18? Are you 18 years old or older? Hello? Noetic?
Hello, 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 hello.
Hello?
Can you hear me now?
Yeah. Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, cool. Is this like what is this like error theory, but just on God as a concept?
I don't know. What is error theory? I'm not a nerd, dude. You're going to have to tell me a lot of shit. It's nerdy.
Oh, okay. Well, there's something called well, it's not, it's about morality more so, and it's treating normative propositions, and that just means something that's telling you what you ought do. So like if it's saying like, well, you should do that, you should do this, or you ought not do that.
Got that one.
Then they are truth apt, so that means that there is a truth of the matter concerning them, but they have no truth maker. Essentially, there is nothing that exists which makes it true in any way, and so they're all false. Essentially,
I don't even know what that was like. Gobbledygook to me. What makes something true if it's not with reference to like anything?
Well, yeah, yeah, exactly. So that's sort of what they would argue. They'd maybe hold some sort of
Who's they? You're not one of them?
No, I mean not.
Okay, well, I want to talk to
particularly.
you about your beliefs, not some nerd that can't defend himself. So can
I'm
we just
curious
stick
how
to
is-
what you believe?
I mean, I was just curious if this is what you thought like your view was. But are you just saying that you don't? I mean, what do you when you say a linguistic ontology? What does that mean?
No, I didn't say it was it's an epistemic model, and I was saying that my ontology is humans in our language, in our proclivity to believe in things and stuff. And we describe things that are real, and we describe things that aren't.
But I mean, why use the word ontology there? It was like, is that meant to? Because I mean, that's usually meant to say something existent, right? The only things that exist are what humans or.
What does epistemics describe?
Well, epistemics is concerning things about reasoning, laws of reasoning, things that should govern reasoning. But like
Reasoning
ontology,
about what?
About reality.
Right. What is ontology about?
Well, it is about reality, but when you say
Right. So
human
what's the
ontology-
relationship between ontology and epistemology? Which comes first, epistemology or ontology?
Well, I think epistemology comes first, but
Well,
some people.
I think ontology comes first. Maybe that's our disconnect. I think a thing
Yeah.
or a situation or something has to be, right? There needs to be something, and then there needs to be an experience of that for me to build an epistemic model of it.
Yeah, but when you say experience there, see, at least and this is actually my view here. From my perspective, there are conditions to how things are intelligible, right? If
Yeah,
that makes
that's
sense.
brains. That's brains. Brains do
course.
intelligibility. That's what they do.
Yeah, of course they do. But in terms of the representation of what you get through your faculties, I do not think it's one-to-one with reality. I don't think we can.
I don't either. There's a map in the
Yeah.
territory.
Well, you would even say that about your empirical
Yeah,
experiences?
I would say that
That's
what
interesting.
I am drawing is what I think is out there. And so that's a representation of my experience, the way it manifests on the canvas. It's not
Okay.
to say that it's true, and that's why it should be a shared interrelated experience, that you're drawing the territory right next to me. You're drawing a picture, you're drawing a map, and I'm drawing a map. And with semantics, we figure out what we should draw. Semantics is the idea that we look at the territory, it means a way to us through our semantics, but we're understanding it epistemically. All right, we're trying to represent the epistemics, right? And we do that semantically through discourse, through language. So we use symbolic reasoning to represent something that's in our head. So we're trying to get what's what's outside first comes in our head, gets all jarbled up in our own brains, and then we communicate the message.
Okay, I mean, I'd agree with something. I mean, sort of similar, yeah. I'm not but you in terms of what I was trying to articulate earlier, the only reason I thought this was a valid thing to bring up, was just because there's sort of things that my view would lead to, or maybe saying something along the lines of not knowing or being able to know about things in and of themselves, right? So like, the essence, the nature, the what its likeness of anything is actually like at least inaccessible from the human perspective, because we have conditions to the things which we can understand or intelligently understand, I suppose.
Yeah, so what I say in this epistemic model is I don't conclude right or wrong when it comes to like evaluating like a God claim and then reaching a conclusion and stuff. What I'm saying, what I argue is, absent the experience, right? Absent that factor, absent ontology, right? Without you experience having that epistemic bridge or whatever, every claim you make about it is going to be a non sequitur, because I do correspondence theory, and so I look at the claim secondary. I look at the state of affairs first, that there is a state of affairs, and my statement is to comport with the state of affairs. I wouldn't do it the other way around and say that the state of affairs should comport to my statement. So I have the state of affairs first, and then I have the claim. So I'll say unknown object X. That's the current state of affairs. We'll say unknown object X. And if I say unknown object X is blue, that's a non sequitur in this form, that it's not corresponding to the state of, there is no state of affairs. It's unknown object X. Well, but hold on. I'm only halfway through. So we have a non sequitur here. And if it's a non sequitur, if I say it's blue and that's a non sequitur, then it's not true that it's blue. But what happens when we say it's not blue? Unknown object X is not blue. Well, that's also a non sequitur. And so it would be not true that unknown object X is not blue. So both conditions, its affirmation and its negation, render not true values. That's a contradiction. So absent the experience to ground your epistemic model, that's what you're grounding. You're grounding the relationship, because there is the ontology, there's the ontos, and there is the epistemic model. But how did you get the epistemic model is the question. And it's going to be through that bridge of experience. And it's got to be a shared, interrelated experience. So you have to see a thing and I have to see a thing, and then we will fact check through our semantic model. But you want me to accept that it's the case that you can know an aspect of reality without the necessity of that epistemic bridge to ground why you drew from these particular semantic notions, that you would use any particular set of semantic references to define a thing absent an experience of the ontology. That would be a broken epistemic model, and it would say to me that it's imaginary. It's at least imaginary, and it's not at most part of a cognitive pathway where you're talking about reality itself. You're appealing to ontology. You're literally just dealing with pure semantic content in the place of an epistemic prior. That's like when people say, you know, I'm not saying you are. I'm talking Igtheism. When people say God is X, that's a semantic reference, not an epistemic reference, because the only way you could say something is X ontologically and epistemically is by doing this, where I don't need to use words to represent the nature of an object. I'm not representing I'm literally ignoring the nature of the object of the thing in my hand right now and not using a single word in semantics, and you understand what the thing is because you don't understand what these things are, which is an element of reality semantically. You convey meaning semantically because we use symbolic reasoning. So you don't need words to prove stuff. What you need words for is to explain the difference between both of our maps. You're drawing a map, I'm drawing a map. Those maps are in our head. When we talk semantically, that's the canvas by which we draw. And what we're trying to do is draw the same picture we see out there. We're trying to agree with something out there. And if all I have to rely on is a semantic model on your part, then you have a broken epistemic model.
Okay. Well, I'm not a theist, and I agree with the majority of what you're saying there. And then
It works on atheism too, dude. Igtheism invalidates atheism as well. So I don't know. What is your philosophy?
I'm an agnostic. I'm a Kantian, and so I mean, Kant would have the similar conclusion, at least in a really weird way. It's not exactly the same, but that there's certain things that we could possibly experience due to our there's certain things that have to apply to experience, and that God is outside of those things, and so we can't really know much about God at all.
Shit, I think most of reality is outside of those things. Like, how big's reality and how much are we aware of? Most of reality.
Yeah, there's a lot of
stuff.
There's a lot of stuff, but yeah. Well, I'm curious what you in terms of what you were saying, particularly though with semantics and stuff. What's your theory of reference?
Are you asking how I choose the particular references, the semantic references?
Yeah, like what satisfies the term's application, I suppose, in terms of what it's referring to.
Basically, how my epistemics, compares to some semantic, right? Like if I'm feeling round, I have the word round to express roundness. See what I'm saying? So it's drawn upon by my experience on multiple levels. The fact that I speak English, that I have a lexicon to appeal to, that's going to be critical in my understanding because we think in sort of a linguistic way, in a linguistic structure. We think that way, and we articulate using semantics and linguistics primarily. That's how we communicate. So I just allow, because the way here's how I do it. I'm sorry, I have a thing. I have a thing right here. This is going to be a quick thing. Now, like I did with the pen, but I'm not going to do it with the pen. I'm going to do something different here. So I'm going to grant you full semantic access to every language in ever. You can invent language if you need to. Describe this object that's right below the camera. Describe it with semantics.
The one below.
Well, I'm holding it up. I'll reveal it here in a second, but it's right below my webcam.
Okay, sure. I'll describe it.
Like semantically.
Oh yeah. If you show it, I'll describe it.
I'm not going to show it. Just describe it semantically.
Oh, like you're saying there's nothing there. Yeah, I understand that.
No. There's something there. It's when I show it to you, you're gonna know what it is. I guarantee.
I don't know. I can't say anything about it because I don't see it.
But I guarantee that you have all of the semantic references to know what this thing is. I guarantee.
Yeah, sure.
You're not gonna learn anything. So what is the barrier for you not being able to explain it, even though you have all the semantics to do it?
I haven't experienced it.
You haven't experienced it. All I got to do is raise it up, and it's dog poop bags. I didn't need to say that it's dog poop bag because I just show it to you and you know it's
might
dog
have had
poop
to say that though.
Okay, well,
But-
maybe I did, but I could have used a simpler, like I got a nickel laying right
Yeah, no, I mean I understand that, but you know, the saying it you'll know when you see it is not.
there.
I'm
No,
more
I
so
didn't. I
asking-
didn't say that. I did not
I'm
say you'll
saying-
know it when you see it. What I said is out of your near infinite ability to draw upon any semantic notion, even make them up in situ. From drawing from that is what I'm talking about. That you had full semantic access, but you had the inability to describe it because it was absent the experience. When it's
understand
something
that.
simple like this, it's hard for you to wiggle away from that. But if it's something esoteric
I'm
that I
talking
can't just
about-
hold up,
I'm talking about how words connect to what they stand for.
that's
essentially,
what
is
I'm.
asking.
That's what I'm saying. That's why
Well, no,
this is where it starts. You had all the words, and you connect them.
words alone,
like this.
like if I just wrote a statement on a piece of paper, absent the construct, right? How would I have a notion of what that stood for, and how could I
Wait,
conceptualize
say that again.
it?
I missed what you just. I didn't get
So
that.
if let's say I wrote that agnosticone was holding dog poop on alive, right, as a statement, and I didn't have the experience available to me in
Yeah,
terms of it,
that-
you know, in the
that would
example
be-
American-
That
and
would
I
be
wanted to-
semantically meaningful. It would be
Okay.
cognitively meaningless.
No, I understand that. Okay, I'm asking in terms of the semantics alone, right? When I am to go and sit down and evaluate that statement, how am I meant to sorry, the fucking screen fucked up. How am I meant to derive some sort of meaning from the words alone?
You already
Right.
had the meaning. It was already there when you wrote the sentence. You
Yeah,
already
but
had
what
the meaning.
constructs it?
That's what I'm
What is the
saying.
thing that connects it to what it
The
stands for?
dictionary for you, Noetic, for you, unless you invent the word like shablublu. I invented the word shablublu. It's a type of blarsel snoffer that applies to the disciplined fidget whistler, but we'll get into it later. Unless you invented the word, you got it from the lexicon. So it's the lexicon. It's the
Well,
prime.
let's say I go and look at
that's-
the lexicon, right? And I
Right.
don't have the
then
definitions
you
for the
invent
words.
it. You make it. You just
No.
literally make it. That's what we do. If it's not in there and we need it, we invent it. We just make it. We just pull it
Okay,
out of our
of
monkey
course.
butts, dude.
But yeah, of course I agree, right? But what exactly? You agree language is normative, right? It follows rules to communicate. There is some sort of structure to language.
I don't know about the normative, but yeah, there is a certain
Well, that just
logical
means- that
set.
just-
You need certain
just
things.
means- That just means that it does have rules of some kind. There's some
Well,
sort of odds here.
I know normative in a different context. It doesn't matter. Language requires specific things. Like life requires 7 key characteristics. Linguistics requires semantics, phonetics, right? All the different things we've all heard, right? There is a syntax, right? Without grammar, language doesn't mean shit. It's just a jumbled up bunch of monkey grunts, right? But when we do put all these rules together, like chess, we can do a thing. And we're not actually doing it. Our brains are doing it. It's just something we do, right? It's like Spider-Man, Tobey Maguire version, right? It's
Well-
just something we do.
I'm more familiar from this. Okay, the angle that most, well, I'm a descriptivist, so I just say that what side, like the way in which I could apply the meaning of that word, just looking at you're looking at the statement alone, right, and being able to conceptualize it is because there's some description which could adequately fit it, or I could adequately construct some kind, or that satisfies it in some fashion. But there are people who may disagree with that, and they say that there is some sort of historical, there's a fixed point in history where the word was defined, right, and the concept sort of tracks that history, and it evolved.
What are you arguing, dude? Dude, look,
I'm
semantics.
saying that what you're saying here is
we
just,
invented the
if
language.
It's just semantics alone. If it's just semantics alone, right? You have like meta-linguistic views, because it's just language that people could obviously disagree with. So just
Dude, I
I'm
answered
asking
it. I answered it by saying there are 2 answers to the dog poop about me holding dog poop. There are 2 answers. So semantically, it makes sense, right? Semantically, the host is holding dog poop. You could put the dog poop in post, right? That semantically makes sense. All the words. There's no problem with the concept, that we can all envision that. Then there's another sense of meaning. So there's semantic meaning. That's semantic meaning. Then there is cognitive meaning. Cognitive meaning is the visceral sensation of the feeling of poop, the smell of poop, the presence of poop. That would be cognitive. That's cognitive meaning, but that's not in words. The smell is not in words. The weight pushing down on my hands is not in words. That's in visceral sensation. That's cognition. And cognition has meaning. That meaning gets packaged into higher neocortical functions like the prefrontal cortex for logic. And then we build upon that as a framework. That's a framework for us to draw from our semantic references to explain the poop. Like if I'm holding a coffee cup, the host is holding a coffee cup. We would draw from the necessary characteristics that we observe to represent it. So cognitively, it's meaningful to say that I'm holding a New York coffee cup. That's cognitively meaningful and semantically meaningful. But check this out. The host is holding up an elephant. So that is cognitively meaningful, but semantically meaningless because this isn't an elephant. If I had said a coffee cup, it'd be fine both ways. But because I said elephant, semantically, it's broken. Now, it could be that host was referring to coffee cups as elephants. Maybe I'm saying that then we're fixing it again, right? The linguistics is like this, and we have to agree upon these rules to do it right. We have to agree upon these rules. And when you see people giving you an epistemic model, God is, it loves you, sever penises, right? When they're giving you an epistemic model and you ask for access to the ontology and they don't have it, you are right to infer that it is entirely a semantic model until they show otherwise. There's no reason because there's no difference. There's absolutely no difference between a pure semantic model that you view as epistemically broken or not. That's all they have. That is their burden. Their burden is to show that what they are claiming is an epistemic model has access in an epistemic bridge to ontology. Because absent you having access to that, then every claim they're making is a non sequitur. You don't need to know if it's true or false. That's not your burden. Their burden is to make it falsifiable and propositional. And the statement, like the host is holding dog poop, is technically non-propositional, right? Because that's not a situation that we can evaluate. I'm not holding anything, right? We can analyze it in the absence, but to say that we're analyzing it in the way that it is, but we're representing what I'm not holding is incoherent. There's nothing in my hands but air and space and shit like that. But we can say that there's a unicorn in my fucking hands, right? That I have 6 unicorns on my face, right? We can say anything we want, and we need to be able to differentiate imagination from reality. So I don't really know what we're pushing back on here. I'm just saying that if you don't have an experience,
outside the direct experience of something, the statement would have no cognitive meaning in any capacity, and so such no correspondence to reality and such no propositional value. Is that what you're saying?
I'm saying, yeah, if it's not part of an experience, then it's non-cognitive.
Okay, but then you would say it has no propositional value, has no truth value, no ontological value. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, if you're talking about reality, but you could talk about imagination, and I wouldn't put that stank on you. I would let you get away with all that bullshit.
No, I mean, I understand that, right? It's not as serious whenever we're valuing our stances, right? Our attitude and shit, like, doesn't matter. But I mean, just think about this. So, like, let's say I'm evaluating whether or not aliens exist in the universe, right? Do I have any direct access to any of that? Is it falsifiable directly? No, but I still have.
Yeah, no, there is. There absolutely is, dude. There are inferences that you can make. Have you heard of Trappist?
Exactly.
Have you heard of Trappist system? Trappist?
No, I'm not saying that you can't. I'm saying you can make inferences, but it's not cognitive. It's not something you can experience.
Yeah, it is.
You have to. How? How so?
Because you have a valid epistemic model, right? You're representing. So what we're asked to do when we're coming with aliens is we're just saying us elsewhere. That's all we're saying. No one is saying aliens are like transcendent entities that break the laws of physics. It's just like, do you agree there are humans on Antarctica? If you do, you're doing the same thing. You're just saying there's life on Antarctica. Well, there's life on Mars, right? You're doing this. There could be life on Mars. There's nothing cognitively meaningless about this because you're giving cognitive propositions. It's propositional logic. We could go there, We could find life and we could rule it in.
When you say cognitive proposition, even though you're not, because before you were saying in terms of a direct experience, because that's why I phrase it that way, just in terms of a direct.
So I'm saying an epistemic. I meant to say epistemic prior. You establish the epistemic prior, and then you never need to do that again. You've done.
Now we're looking at priors now. So what exactly? What establishes a valid prior?
Life on Earth. Life on Earth is a valid epistemic prior to suggest that it is possible that there is life elsewhere. Not that there is life elsewhere, but it justifies the statement it is possible that there is life elsewhere.
Okay, so priors are the thing that elevate things to this in this fashion. That elevate things
because they're rigorous.
From simply okay, so do you think it is not at least possible for someone to have a prior for things like the supernatural or things like mystic beliefs and such, that they have reasons to believe certain things in this capacity, right?
Wait,
and
what?
There isn't I'm saying, do you not think that there is an established tradition within multiple different countries, multiple different civilizations that have constructed strong philosophies behind these God concepts, right? Such that they have this cognitive factor.
Yeah,
right?
I call that the inculcative pathway of knowledge. That's my jargon. Inculcative pathway of knowledge. That's what I call that. The inculcative pathway. It's not through cognition. It's not through. I mean, you will apply cognition through inculcation, but inculcation is how you know the word inculcation, like where you get your culture, how you became the type of person you are, why you poop sitting down, standing on the left side, or whatever you do. You were enculturated. You were in this culture, and you just adopted the culture that you're in. Now, in that model, there are a lot of different mechanisms that cause culture, inculcation. The family unit is the prime. You're born into a family, you are being inculcated in that family. But indoctrination is also a form of inculcation. It's one of the modes of inculcation is indoctrination. Members of a society who already have beliefs will indoctrinate as part of inculcation their children. And so they're learning what God is, if you will, from mom and dad, right? And then you ask, well, where'd mom and dad learn it? Well, from mom and dad, and then mom and dad, and mom and dad. That's Chinese whispers. That's telephone, bro.
Okay, so what do you think supplies to your inculcation, right? To things that your culture offers you, and you're saying that those things, you're saying that in the case of that, it's not valuable, right?
I'm not saying that. I'm just saying it's drawing from an inculcative pathway of knowledge. It's not to say that it's invalid. It's just to say that you picked it up from people saying it. Have you fact checked it would be the next question. It's not to say that it's true or false. It's just to say that it's kind of on shaky territory, because if you're only believing it because mom and dad told you, well, you got to ask, is the information valid? Because that's itself not valid or invalid. I mean, mom and dad could be scholars and they taught you right, or whatever. They could be nerds and taught you the nerdy shit, right? Like, it's totally possible. It's just you got to recognize that this is not an epistemic prior. Mom telling you is not an epistemic prior.
I mean, I agree with a lot of what you're saying, but I think it's very arbitrary, the sort of system you're laying out in terms of what's inculcation and what isn't inculcation, what can count as a prior, what can't count as a prior.
That's not arbitrary. None of the things that I gave you they were all specific examples of inculcation. It's not arbitrary.
In terms of our like, when you're talking about experience, you're talking about your phenomenology, you're talking about the way in which people perceive things and their, everything and all their cognitive faculties, right? And so people do genuinely believe they have like a connection with God in some capacity. You think they have a strong concept?
I don't doubt that at all. I do not doubt human experience, bro.
They have a strong metaphysical foundation
for that God. Well, hold on. I don't doubt any human experience. I just say that all humans have that experience, and they're probably wrong about their attribution, so they're making a fundamental attribution error.
When you say attribution, what exactly? Are you saying that just what exactly is causing it? What is it?
Well, they're making a logical mistake between an occurrence and their conclusion.
How so?
It's like all kinds of shit. Are you familiar with the pigeon experiment? With the hitting a button becoming like so the button was set to random and distribution. Like you could peck it and it might not send you food, or it might, right? It was set to random. The pigeon hit the thing and no food came out. Then the like pigeon like looked over its shoulder and pecked it, and food came out. So now the pigeon constantly fucking looks over its shoulder and pecks it. It just picked that up as this is a necessary precedent for the fucking thing to fall out, and it just started doing it, but not knowing that it doesn't need to do that. It's at random, so you could just keep pecking it without looking over your shoulder. So it's got a fundamental attribution error that it thinks looking over the shoulder had something to do with the thing falling out. So it's not that the thing didn't fall out.
Well, I mean,
right?
I mean, that's easy to that. Okay, you're just saying that the cause isn't actually like you're looking at the effect and you're inferring to the wrong cause.
Well, if I'm
Right?
saying it's a fundamental attribution error, I'm saying I can point at how they're wrong, not just that there's a problem, right?
Okay, obviously, but they would say the same thing. I mean, this is a very surface level critique. I'm asking exactly how is it the case that they have a like what exactly just from the proposition God exists here, right? And I just offer the content that God is
no, not just from that. You would have to make a claim like that taco I just ate is because God exists. I would say that there's no relationship there. Like you would have to draw the relationship there, something like that. That wouldn't be necessarily a fundamental attribution error. It would just be, you know, like you think that the production of tacos, and that the manifestation of tacos is how, you know, God does things. And so you're making an error because it's actually some person who made the fucking tacos and put them on the plate, right? You could go figure that out. It's not to say that there's not tacos, right? It's that we figured the cause of taco is that person in the kitchen. That's the cause of taco, and you're just wrong about the cause of
I
taco.
think that's true in all cases.
In fundamental attribution errors, yeah, that would be the logic behind
No,
it.
I'm saying in terms of God, in terms of God, like anything applying to God, any cause that's applying to God, they're all fundamentally wrong.
I would say only by virtue if my atheist position is true, in that absent the experience that everything you say is a non sequitur, thus leading to contradiction.
Well, then that goes back to what I was saying earlier, where if you're talking about experience, there's a lot of nuance there because there's just so many.
I
different
agree.
ways.
Dude,
Especially
experience
if
is
you're using a
information
form of
rich.
Bayesian- If you're using Bayesianism or something of that,
Needs a
measure,
valid epistemic prior, though. To use Bayesian reasoning,
Yeah.
you need a valid epistemic prior, not a semantic, not one that you've
that's the
been
problem
tricked
with
into.
Bayesian. That's the problem with Bayesian subjectivism. That's undermined. It's very undermined. It's very underdetermined as well because
No,
especially if you're taking a
Not for me.
metaphysic first, if you're taking a metaphysic first approach to philosophy, and metaphysics is such a
yeah,
a
that's
very
not me. I
abundant-
don't do that.
You did say you took ontology to be first. You disagree with me when I said epistemics came first.
Yeah,
Ontology
but I
is
just
metaphysics.
don't do metaphysics, man. I think that's just convoluted
Ontologies of-
nonsense. I get you. I understand. I don't need a lecture on that. I just don't do it that way. I don't have any respect for metaphysics. I understand you nerds put ontology and metaphysics and shit. I get you. I understand. I'm
That's
not a
like
nerd.
the main
So
branch of metaphysics.
I get you. I understand. I just hate metaphysics. I think it's stupid.
I think you still like the word, but that's
I don't know what to
But
tell you,
ontology-
man. It's like I don't like.
But ontology. I get you don't like the word, okay, but ontology is the original metaphysic, if that makes sense. But I'll
Hey,
keep it
if you say meta philosophy, fine, but it don't get to be metaphysics because it ain't about physics. It's about the ponderings of a ground monkey. That's what it's about.
Well, I mean, and more so, it's just about what you have to say about what exists or what it means to exist, or stuff like that.
Well, like I said, if you call it meta philosophy, I'm down. But everybody wants to call it metaphysics, so it just caused my brain to go into a derp, and I can't accept it.
You got PTSD, bro.
I don't know. I just don't like it. There's too much
No,
woo in
I don't think-
metaphysics, man.
I agree. I'm a metaphysical quietist. I don't partake in any of this, but I just don't think that it's. I mean, in terms of from like someone who is a theist, their perspective, I don't think this would be a strong argument at all. I mean, in terms of because the epistemic prior thing is very undermined. It's underdetermined. It's
What are
very
you talking
subjective.
about? No, it's not. That's what I was telling you. And in this model, no,
Yeah.
it's not. It is something you have determined. You have the epistemic bridge. You have the epistemic
Well,
bridge.
I mean,
Listen,
if it's even
hang
that,
on.
it's more
Wait.
radically subjective.
Hey, I'm saying you have the epistemic bridge. What you're doing is accepting a semantic notion as an epistemic prior. Don't do that. You have the epistemic prior. You. Don't let somebody fill in the epistemic prior on their behalf. You better have it. If you're having a discussion about ontology and epistemics, you need that. Don't let them give you semantics. Why would you accept some semantics as a valid epistemic prior? Why would you do that?
What are you're just saying if you don't have an epistemic prior on a concept someone's offering, then you have no burden or you have no sort of reason to even communicate with them.
No,
that's ridiculous.
No, that's not what I said. I said if they don't have that, then I know everything they say about it is a non sequitur and thus a contradiction.
No, they may be equipped with the priors and you simply you lack the knowledge to get their
No, that's not how it works. You don't get to be equipped with an epistemic prior that isn't my epistemic prior. You don't have an epistemic prior if you can't
not
give
all the time.
No, that's the case. If you do not have yes, it is the case.
If I go speak to a child.
If you are saying you have a thing, that's the claim here. This isn't something that happened in the past. We are talking about the ontological status of a thing, whether it exists or not, and you're claiming it does or doesn't. You need the epistemic prior for that. Because from that, listen, from that, you will be,
have the prior.
Bro, you got to listen. From that, you will be able to discuss. If you don't have the epistemic prior that I'm saying I have, then you have no logical pathway for pushback. You can't disagree with me because you don't have the epistemic prior where you've seen the thing too, and you could tell me that I'm wrong about what I've said about the thing because you have the epistemic prior. You're letting their epistemic prior, which is purely semantic. It is a pure. If it wasn't purely, listen. If it wasn't pure semantics, they'd give you the epistemics. If it wasn't purely semantic, they'd give you the epistemics. They would be, here is the ontology, but they're not doing that, so it's pure semantics. Like, how is this confusing? This is not confusing. This is simple, bro.
You just reclaimed the thing that I said I offered like a pushback on, which is just that this may be true in general, right? In general cases of like an educated population, but there may very well be a lot of people who do not have the same epistemic priors as one another, right? And may offer.
Hold on. You're not understanding, dude. You don't get your own epistemic priors. That's not how this works. You don't get your own
priors. What are priors to you?
Established facts. Established known facts is an epistemic to the fucking body. Any nerd fucking thinking about it. Any nerd. All the nerds.
Any individual?
Any nerd in the conversation.
Okay, any individual.
Any fucking nerd. Look, this is a fact.
Every individual gonna have the same
experience. This a fact? No. Is this a fact?
Yes. Right,
yes.
But I'm saying
everybody is having the same experience of a fucking old ass, dirty, coffee stained fucking New York coffee cup, bro. Because it's an epistemic prior. Now, when I look, watch. This is the epistemics. This is the epistemic. You've seen it. Now use your amygdala. Keep using your amygdala. Don't let go of your amygdala. Now watch. I have a New York coffee cup. You know that because you have the epistemic prior. You have it.
Yes, but I agree with you, right? But like you said it, you're talking about individuals who have different experiences than one another.
You don't have different experience. This is a shared, interrelated experience. No, you don't get to say that. Shared, yes. Shared, yes. Currently, yes.
Let's just remove the video. Let's just say we're calling on the phone, right? And we're discussing about certain any fact about anything.
Go to www. Go to www.newyorkcoffeecup.com.
No, obviously you can offer that as a reason, right?
That's how you do it, bro. I just showed you in real time how you offer epistemic.
You're offering a reason there. I'm saying just off the fact. What you were claiming earlier, just off the fact that there is no prior.
No edit.
Right? Then you can't. Then there is nothing you're leveraging.
No edit. Calm down for a second. Listen. Here's another way to think about it. If someone is offering you what appears to be, by their claim, an epistemic prior, and they don't have access to the ontology there for you, that's what nerds call a presupposition. That's what nerds call a presupposition. Now, you are free to either
All
accept
of
it
you have
or not.
presuppositions.
No. Listen, that's not what we're talking about. I'm a pre-supper, so don't worry about that. What I'm telling you is that if they are offering you something in this form where it's pure semantics, they're offering it in the form of a presupposition. And you, because of that, because they're offering it without justification, which the ontos would be the justification, you are free to accept or reject it. That's up to you. If you want to accept somebody's fucking wild ass presuppositions, that's entirely on you. Now, as a presupper, I don't think those are good presups to go with. I think those are dog shit presups. You should only use presuppositions that people will accept without pushback. Those are the best presuppositions.
That in and of itself is a presupposition. I've got to go. But
no, that's a maxim. That's a maxim.
Maxims are also popular.
You could call it that, but I call it a maxim. If you're going to use a presupposition,
you can dress it with Kant's language.
If you're going to use a presupposition, it needs to be primitive and acceptable without pushback, because that's exactly what a presupposition is.
I gotta go though.
Yeah, it's fine, but that's to the audience. Thanks for the conversation. That's exactly what a presupposition is for. And if you want to use a presupposition, you go ahead, you fucking do that. But when it comes to the ontology, why would you ever accept a presupposition? When it comes to like what cheesecake is the best one, fine, accept that. Thanks for all the support, guys. It's crazy. Look at that. That's fucking nuts. That's a lot of outreach there. I've been looking at the thing, and it's pretty dope that like a lot of people are getting infected with my memes. Thanks, I appreciate that. But yeah, that's just the case that, you know, you can accept these as presuppositions, and that's what people get gaslit into doing. Is that if I tell you enough times from a position of authority or a position of proximity where I'm like your dad or whatever, I can get you to accept my presuppositions. I can get you to accept my purely semantic model as a valid epistemic prior. I can gaslight. Dude, have you ever heard of like battered wife syndrome? Have you heard of Stockholm syndrome? Dude, human beings are manipulative. We are manipulative. And we can be manipulated. So this is just an example of that. That's what it looks like. So, you know, I feel that if you're going to make a claim about ontology, if you're going to tell me that what you're saying is an epistemic model, then you better have the ontology. Or you better present it so good in presuppositions that I just nod my head the whole time. But anytime that I shake my head, we need to talk about that. We need to rectify why I'm doing this. And then when I go back to this, go on with your presuppositions. I don't need you to justify it. I got the information. Keep talking, right? That's how conversations work. But when I give pushback, if it's a presupposition, you need to fall back on the epistemic prior, right? This is just how the logic works. So if you don't have the experience, if you grant to me that you don't have the experience, it's just faith. Unfortunately for you, my epistemic model grants to me knowledge that you don't know what you're talking about. Everything that you're saying is not secular. And you have to be 18 to come up. Are you 18? At least 18?
Yeah, I'm 19. What's agnosticism? What is this?
It's the most dopest philosophy that one could take ever in the entire universe for all times. Literally, aliens are coming to Earth right now to learn Igtheism.
Yeah, but what is it? Like, you can tell me what it is.
It's a linguistic philosophy that deals with the principles of communication and how we draw upon a semantic network to properly represent an epistemic model that we would say is valid.
So we can't make any positive claims about anything. You think we can only describe things through negative predicates?
Can you what?
Is that what you're saying?
I don't know what did you just say?
Sorry, you're lagging a bit for me. Is that what you said?
I have no idea what you're talking about, dude. I don't speak that language.
What negative predicates? Do you know what that means?
Can you just speak English, bro? I'm not a debate bro. It says no debate, bro. You can be a debate bro up here, but you can't debate, bro.
Well, no, I was just. I'm not.
So if you can't
debate,
dumb
bro,
it down to normal human, right? I'm just gonna remove you from the stage. I don't.
Well, I was going to. I'm going to. Okay. a negative predicate just means that you describe something and that the something has a quality, not insofar as like it is something, but rather it's describing what it is not.
So negative evidence, like milestones.
Well, it's more so saying, for instance, let's take the word infinity, right? Infinity is saying that something is not finite. So, do you think like we could say that something is infinite given it's a negative predicate, or are you saying like
Yeah, I get. Yeah,
something
I don't know
else?
what you're saying with this shit. Yes, you could say shit's infinite or shit's finite. What?
Oh, wait.
That
So
can't be your
can you
question, man.
describe? Wait, can you describe agnosticism one more time? Maybe I just didn't understand something.
It is a linguistic philosophy. Okay, so it's about language,
Yeah.
and it's about how we draw upon a semantic network. So we have a bunch of words in our big ass monkey brains, right? You agree?
Okay.
And you go
Yeah.
places with all those words, right?
Yeah, I do. Yeah.
And then you encounter things and you bring with you those words. Those are your baggage. You look at stuff and then you call it things with those words, right?
Mm-hmm.
Right. So the relationship that your semantics has with the epistemics is grounded in the experience of the ontological thing you're describing, the ontos that you're
Yo, I
describing.
don't know what these words mean, bro. I'm not a debate bro.
Ontology is about like base attributes of shit. It's manifestation, it's existence, it's essence.
Ontology is about being, not that. But okay.
That's what I just said.
No.
Yes.
Being is an existence. No, being isn't
Yes.
qualities or attributes.
I said it's
What?
about base characteristics, about being. We'll go with being. About manifestation, essence. What they are. It's nature. Now, epistemics is the description of that. What we know, what we think we know of the
I know.
ontology.
I was fucking with you. I know.
Oh,
what you
okay.
mean.
That's cool.
Yeah.
Well, I don't like to be fucked with, so thanks for letting me know. Like, honesty is great, dude. I appreciate you letting me know that you're not a serious interlocutor and you're just up here to fuck with me, but I'm not interested in being fucked with. So. Well, I mean, over the phone, you could convey the epistemics, right, through semantics. That's why linguistics is so fucking awesome. Is that we can write shit down and we can, think about it and talk about it at different times, right? Like, we can, imagine this, like, when we think back like 20,000 years, it's like, we don't really know what's going on 20,000 years ago. We got some idea and shit like that, but it's from sparse remains of shit that didn't get, torn down and shit on, right? By some fucking raiding army or some shit like that. But in 20,000 years, when they think about what was going on 20,000 years ago, they'll have fucking 4K video. They'll be able to listen to our lives and shit like that in 20,000 years, as long as we make it that far and shit like that. So the way in which linguistics preserves information is insane. So it's just super useful. It's why we're the best animal that's ever evolved insofar as like being awesome and shit. But we're very unethical, so we're kind of gross at the same time. Damn it. I'm like missing all kinds of shit. Thanks a lot, everybody, for all the buttons you're pressing. That's dope as fuck. Spreading the memes. Spreading the memes. Yeah, I don't know how long we've been actually doing like the science of linguistics. You've got it. Oh, hold on. We're just gonna do that. In fact, dude, like the racist shit, like I can't do that, dude. Like, I'm not gonna risk it with those names, dude. You're gonna have to pick new names, bro. Yeah, no, I mean, look at your name, bro. Like, you're like a toxic person, I guarantee, dude. So I'm not even gonna risk bringing someone of you, especially after having 2 debate bros. You're just probably one of them. So I'm just not gonna do that. Like, dude, like wear better camouflage, man, for real. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of stuff to that. Like, most people were uh, illiterate, and then the church kind of didn't want people to read the books, right? They had, like, you had to go to specific people. You got to be 18 both. You at least 18.
Hi, yeah, I'm 43. Sorry, I
All
gotta
right.
turn it up. It's a little quiet. I couldn't hardly hear you.
Oh, sorry.
Hi. I'm interested in speaking with you because I share a similar view. I've been really studying how people use language and reify concepts, like you confuse the map for the place, and that a lot of people are just basically giving brain farts and sharing them. And I have not found a good way to express this to people, especially people with philosophy, because they want me to use terms that fit within the framework of philosophy. Like, I would say that I use operationalism as a tool, like how you can test something and put it into action. I use nominalism, like physical possibility. I use Igtheism, which for me is examining for semantic content, trying to find what that word actually attaches to, the physical referent. And I tell people I avoid ontological claims because words don't match reality one to one, and we describe it as physical. But that's kind of how I've been representing
Yeah, symbolic
it. I like the
reasoning.
way I like the way you represent it. I really
Yeah.
appreciate what you're doing.
Yeah, I'm trying. What I would appreciate is, like I said, if somebody with a better brain than mine started doing it, so I could listen, because I get amped up, man. I get amped up bad.
No, I understand. It's easy whenever you have conversations where people are confused with what each other is saying all the time and trying to make a universal statement.
I think, see, there's a lot of toxicity in the whole thing, though. Like, it's inherent to our species. That's why I'm an ethical misanthrope, because I think the only way for us to evaluate what we are like as an animal is that we need a lot of work as a species. We got to do a lot of work.
I came to my conclusion actually through a little bit of anti-philosophy, like Quine on eliminativism. He talks about folk psychological eliminativism, where we take words that describe psychology in the past and we stop using them, like Jungian words and soul and mind, that don't actually attach to anything that we're trying to describe. And there's so much confusion over what consciousness even is for most people, that I don't think that they're trying to describe anything other than like a homunculus, like a being inside the being that's watching through the eyes like windows.
Yeah, and I think it's intrinsic. I have no disability in admitting that I think that these kinds of beliefs, maybe not God itself, but these kinds of beliefs, these kind of wonderings about mortality and stuff, is just kind of intrinsic to the experience itself. That the drive to want to exist with our big ass brains just inevitably leads us to wondering about, quote unquote, the other side or whatever. It's as far back as we find humans, we find some kind of spiritual belief or something like that.
I like what's called the free energy principle, though a lot of people would disagree with it, but that the brain's always trying to conserve energy, and a narrative is much easier than a mathematical or pedagogical explanation.
It could be. I've never heard of that.
Yeah, most of my life I felt like I've been wandering around in the movie They Live, or no, yeah, They Live, where everybody's like obey
See
and
my
listen
meme,
and
dude?
do, and you can't say that about this, and you can't. At the same time, they tell me that words have usages and not meanings. It's just, it's good to see somebody who actually is communicating sort of the way that I am.
I hate those kind of philosophical. I call things cognitive panaceas. What I call a cognitive panacea is just I think of like a curiosity pathway in the brain. Like the brain just wants to figure stuff out, so it goes out, tries to figure stuff out. Cognitive panaceas are ideas that we get in our brain that kind of suck curiosity in there as this is the answer. That we know we stop looking for answers because we begin to feel that we have the answers already. So that's sort of.
I kind of say that's God is the mouth sound that's the warm blanket that stops you from caring about something that was traumatic.
See, I don't like to give that credit out. I don't like to outsource any kind of aspect of humanity and say that this is God or religion or anything. I think we all share the same experiences. We just can contextualize them differently. We're all the same, man.
Like language is compression. Like whenever I say tree, I'm referring to my experience of trees, not your experience of trees. But it's going to be like you're thinking of maybe deciduous, and I'm thinking of an evergreen tree,
or a dichotomous solution.
Yeah, and what we're just trying to really communicate is easy enough because we both know well enough that if we got surprised with what we were thinking a pine tree, but it was a deciduous, it's not that big of a surprise to realign and go, okay, not that kind of tree. It goes into how you were talking about priors. We all have prior experiences that we relate to, and whatever reduces epistemic surprise, we're going to accept.
Well, that's why I was trying to tell that other guy that there's no such thing as like I have this independent epistemic prior. Like I get it that you have your own experiences on your own time and that you can't convey all those experiences and it's a huge burden. But that's why I was saying is that what I mean by you have the same epistemic prior is like if he was to say I have a dog. Okay, you have a dog, I don't care. I have a dog. So that's an epistemic prior. That is, so when somebody's saying I have a dog, it's no issue. But when somebody says I have a dragon, I don't have an epistemic prior for a fucking dragon. I've never seen a fucking dragon, right? So for me to just accept that you have a dragon goes beyond what I'm my threshold, and that's because I don't have the epistemic prior. If I have a dragon, you saying you have a dragon, right? It doesn't matter. And so they want to shoehorn that where one side gets to have it. And you just got to take me as the authority. That's exactly the mentality that entraps those kind of minds.
Yeah, I've been considering what you've been saying about this, and the way I've been approaching it is kind of the reverse of how you've actually been talking about the God. We don't propose gods; they propose the God, and you just accept it. But usually, I just try to get them to realize that God is not actually a semantic thing. There's no content to it, that they're just reaching.
Well, but sometimes there is, though. Like I've had enough conversations,
right.
Like naturalistic pantheism. That concept meets all the criteria. So that God exists unequivocally. It exists. I just don't call it God. I call it reality. Yeah. But it's a one-to-one relationship. For everything I say about reality, the naturalistic pantheist will say, "Yeah, I agree."
Yeah, yeah. There's nothing to.
Well, the symmetry breaker is that they say things I don't agree with, which is that you should revere reality. I don't revere reality. It's just a thing that doesn't require my reverence.
Anyway, I just came up to say I appreciate what you're doing, and I largely agree with it. And it's got me rethinking maybe the way I propose some things myself.
Well, spread the memes, man. I'm glad to spread the memes. That's why I came on here.
I did make a recording, and if you don't mind, I'm going to post it on my page.
Everything I say, I'm live. So if you can do it, if you could press buttons and it'll let you do it, do it.
Thank you.
Yep. All right. Be safe. Common wants to come up.
Good talking to you.
Yeah, I'll be around more. Common, are you 18?
I am actually. Well, I'm above 18. I'm actually
Yeah,
35.
I mean at least.
On your semantics, how do you do the morning star and evening star case?
Can you elaborate?
Yeah, like the idea is that there used to be a conception that like I forget what the Greek reference is, but it's like basically when you see the sun set at the evening and the sunrise in the morning, those are referred to as different stars or different things. So different reference, yet they're the same referent.
Okay.
So when someone means to say that there is a distinction there, because there's different meanings, what do you think of that?
I think they should hash it out in the discourse and share their experience, right? Talk about why, one's calling it the morning and one's calling it the evening if it's the same thing. Like, that's where the conversation happens, right? We try to develop an epistemic model in our brains, and then when we represent it semantically, we're looking for that kind of either agreement or pushback. Often, like the nerds look for the pushback, but other people, they're more cult-like. They look for the agreement. Dude, personally, and it's probably a lot of my personality disorders and stuff like that, but the more I agree with someone, the less I'm involved, right? If I agree with you, it's sort of like I'm not standoffish. It's just I'm not interested. I'm not interested in people I agree with. I feel weird around people I agree with. I'm looking for the disagreement because it's always been the case that every time I learned something,
want to challenge your views.
Yeah, every time I've ever learned something, it was because I thought one way and somebody showed me different.
Yeah. Have you looked at theories of reference like this Kryptian and then like Reggie and like there's a couple different.
The only way I would ever have exposure to that is by way of nerds and just interacting with them and talking to nerds.
Yeah, I like to think I'm a nerd, but I'm not very especially adept.
Well, I'm an anti-nerd, not like anti-nerd, like like Punisher kind of anti-hero. I'm an anti-nerd.
Okay.
Like I'm a nerd, dude.
Okay.
Don't get me wrong. I'm like a physics biology nerd. I love that shit. But I have a broken brain, so I don't fit into the nerd crew. So.
Well, maybe I'm something similar. So, but the idea there, with certain important distinctions with how, like things like there's the sense in which you mean something, and then like in the case that you're talking about with like let's say a unicorn doesn't exist. There's no real referent, but there's something I mean behind that.
Yeah, semantics.
Yeah. So if I mean something, but this is the other element is it's like when we mean something that is causally efficacious, that there's a real referent in the world. That's the only thing that we're picking out.
Well, with cognition, yeah. If we're saying something's true about the state of affairs, yeah. But we don't always do that. A lot of discourse in human communication is just storytelling.
Yeah, I feel sad. I feel happy, or what have you. Those references are a self-reported state, and kind of like maybe something like the unicorn element. But yeah, the idea there is just
no. Those are different.
Okay. All right. So how do you feel like those are different?
Well, if we agree that the unicorn is something that we just synthesized from disconnected prior semantic references, right? If we presuppose that, then that comes from a different relationship than general experiences in our relationships with experiences. Like I look at semantic content and epistemic content. Epistemic content's just cognitive information, what you got through cognition. But when we conceptualize, we're not just cognizing, we're eliciting like the prefrontal cortex and neocortex and stuff to conceptualize our cognitions.
Oh, that sounds like a priori knowledge. So knowledge before any experience, and priority. So knowledge after experience.
There
right?
is. That's the task of those regions of the brain. Like your olfactory is responsible for informing you what lemongrass tastes like.
Yes, yeah, and there's certain things like logical truths that if you didn't sense anything at all, that you could deduce that P is P, sort of law of excluded middle kind of stuff, and you could do that without. The idea is that you could do that without any experience, with just mental.
No, because that
thinking
is
about.
experience, though. That's
Okay.
cogito. So, like I was telling a dude earlier that technically I'm a preceptor, so I have an axiom to cogito, but I recognize that doesn't tell me anything about you and my external experience. So I presup into empiricism, which is I have three presuppositions. The first is that I exist and I use my senses to experience reality. My second presupposition is that you exist and you're doing basically the same thing. My third presupposition is that interactions between us enrich or inform us about things that we don't perceive ourselves. And so we enrich our experience through interactions with a shared interrelated experience, right?
Yeah, that kind of sounds like you're like sympathetic to like reliabilism.
What is it?
Would you think that's true? Reliabilism?
I don't know what that is.
You have knowledge because your senses are trustworthy. Like that's sort of a theory of epistemology.
It's not that I think my senses are trustworthy. It's just that that's the only like evaluation metric I have. How do I would just sense my senses, right? It's like proving logic. You would use logic to do that. So what I do is I say fuck that shit, and I just let you do that for me in the shared interrelated experience.
Okay. Yeah. So
that's my third. That's my third. Yeah, that's my third presupposition is that I can know shit about reality. Like I'm colorblind, bro, and I can know there's a different color pattern out there in reality because the nerds figured it out.
Yeah, that's sort of something that turns on like a Morian fact component where like I have hands, and I have a left hand and I have a right hand. Therefore, I have hands. So it's something that like no argument can tell you that you don't have hands. It's so apparent.
No.
Okay.
Have you read or not read, but watched A Beautiful Mind?
I think I've seen a little bit of that.
Yeah, you should watch it.
It was probably about like 15 years ago.
Yeah, it's an old movie. But no, that dude really did have that issue, and he was just smart enough that he had insight to his condition, and he learned to trust specific people and would ask them and just trusted that they told him the truth, and he was able to navigate reality as long as he had people that he trusted. So you can recognize that you have a flawed sense of perception, like I do with my glasses. I recognize that there's a reason shit looks all fucked up right now, right? Shit's all fucked up, right? So I put these on and then shit's not all fucked up anymore.
Yeah, like there's a distortion, kind of like when you look at, this might not be the same, but if you were to look at like water and you look at a straw and it's bent, you have a certain understanding that like your senses have gone awry based upon your priors and and
those are fun too. Like when you see them, it's like, holy shit, that's like trippy. You know?
Yeah. You're like, what's going on here? You got too many. There's a different reality that I'm seeing versus that exists, and that disconnect is like the moments. I mean, even if you think of like magic tries to test.
Dude, it's like, have you ever thought about temporal lobe epilepsy or deja vu? Deja
Techniques of things being closer versus smaller visual hallucinogens. But
I might be lagging.
You're good. Yeah, no, if you want, like, have you heard of the SEP?
The what?
It's like Stanford Encyclopedia.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. I would say try to look at that. I would say look at knowledge first epistemology, because I think you're really close to it. Or Michael Humer's like rational intuitionism. And then for theories of reference, I would say something like what is it?
Dude, are you cutting out or am I?
Probably me.
Yeah,
and
you
then
might.
Frege.
Okay.
Yeah, and then Frege. Frege Gottlieb or Gott. I'll type them in the chat. But yeah, those are two people that I think if you just read like the SEP article on, you might be able to delineate where you sit on like the official stage, if you will, as far as like the knowledge and stuff.
What do you mean the official stage? What is that?
Well, like within the current theories out there for like epistemology and theories of reference and stuff.
I mean, yeah, I know what you're saying, but
If
that's
you
like
want to,
that's nerd shit. See, I learn from people like you. I just interact with people like you and pick up memes.
That can work. Like you learn from experience, you get motivated by experience, and the experiences that people challenge you in your thinking. But like the thing that I like about the Cliff Notes, because I'm similar to that, is something like the fact that like you get so much information impact, and you just don't have all of like the tension that happens in certain discourse and the disconnect. You just get something that is telling you what it means, and that's exactly what it means, and that's just a nice sort of change, just a sort of different medium pickup. But I'm not gonna go like pick up like Kant and just read him through, you know. I ain't ready for all that. Like it's just not engaging enough, you know. But I think you're interested enough, maybe where it could motivate you in the right way. But I'm gonna go. I'm getting yelled at.
All right, be safe.
Adios, man. Bye.
Yeah, see, these are the kind of conversations that I've been needing. Like the cesspool of politics discord. It's just like pure brain rot over there anymore. It's like absolutely pure brain rot. Yeah, it's it's the only home I have on the internet, so I've just been hanging out there. They gave me a chat room in there to kind of quarantine me from the rest of the server. So they made me a guest room owner, so I just hang out in there and mind my own business. It's just like a string of toxic fucking trolls. I'm pretty sure, yeah, we've interacted. I don't think had great interactions, but yeah. If you want to come up, let me see if I can invite you. Yeah, you're on my list if you want to come. There you go. Oh, you okay? Yeah, so I can't. Not everybody has the button because I don't have enough followers. So.
Oh yeah, what's up?
Just hanging out here.
I feel like it's been forever. You probably wouldn't remember me. I think I was in there talking about agnosticism all the time. Yeah, except it's a little more, damaged by all the let me use a TikTok safe word, all the flowers I've been consuming.
Yeah.
But other than that, dude, I remember I was on the in your chat, and I think you're like, "What? How old are you?" And I'd always say I'm 18 when I was like 17, but I'm actually 19 now.
Well, that's good.
Yeah. Every time I go in the chat, though, I get grilled every single time. They're always like, "Who's the God thing?"
Yeah, because people don't get it, man. They think it's just like a regular debate room and shit. It's not. I'm not a debate room.
Yeah, it's so funny coming on TikTok because I have such a different view than everybody, and I even like dog on some of the atheists on here too. It's kind of funny.
I mean, I like to fuck with their brains, but I'm trying to get them out of the God shit.
Yeah.
I don't think they're going far enough. Man, fucking late.
What time is it for you?
10:30, but I've been fucking working like a dog in the heat and shit.
Oh, shit. I remember the last time I was talking to you, you were talking about some sort of like pressure washing or something like that.
Yeah.
Still do that?
Yeah.
Sweet. Is it doing well so far?
It's been all right. It's been like 300 fucking degrees outside, so.
Holy shit, dude. I was just in Texas. It was like 100 degrees out there, and I guess like that's plain for them. I'm from up north towards Illinois area, so.
Oh shit! Thanks, Common, for the flower thing, dude. Appreciate it.
But yeah, it's hot down there. I don't even know where you're at, to be honest.
Just southwest.
South. Oh yeah.
Hot desert.
It's fucking hot. It's gonna be killer out there. Oh yeah, especially the desert, bro.
Dude, yesterday I drank. Was it like 4 of those Gator Lights? 4 of those and like 6 bottles of water. I got home and peed gold. It's like, dude, like it was bad.
Holy shit.
I mean, false dichotomy, man. I mean, like false dichotomy. Because there's more than 2 options. To have a dichotomy, you got to have 2 options. You got 3 options. That's not a dichotomy. Well, there's only one valid option on the topic of the God thing, and that's Igtheism. With Igtheism, there's no theism or atheism. It's just adult baby babble at that point. But if you're going to say that theism is like this one option, well, then there can't be like contradictions in that one option. If there's any contradictions in that one option, the only thing that you can do is like make the one option 2 options. That's how that works. And I'm saying when you do that with theism, like it just keeps happening, and you get multiple options. You get thousands at first. You get inundated with thousands of them, and then you get millions. And there's probably like 8 billion different God things out there on the planet Earth right now. I would say even more. There could be even a lot more, because there's people out there with like, they probably got like multiple in their head, right? Each one got their own flavor, put their own stank on it. Like maybe Zeus is like a donkey for one guy, and it's an owl for another guy, right? So who knows how big that list is?
Or a telephone pole.
Yeah, or a telephone pole.
Said, "Let there be light."
I mean, it could be a pelican. If you're a ground monkey and you walk up to any object and point at it, call it a god, it is now a god. That's the standard. That's how gods become gods. Monkeys point at it and call it God.
Even actual apes at zoos have been observed to like worship rocks and trees and stuff like that.
Dude, I saw this funny shit in high school. It was one of those zoo excursions, and they had this big ass gorilla in this outdoor cage and shit.
Yeah.
And kids were like tossing like bubblegum wrappers and shit, and I'm down on like ground level with this thing, and they're all up on this like elevated thing, like tossing shit at this gorilla. And the gorilla grabs this garbage can lid and it just like starts shoving it in the dirt with its like bottom feet. And at one point it just like stands up, and it's got this garbage, like one of those Rubbermaid like 55-gallon whatevers, and it's got like half full of dirt.
He just throws it on the whole crowd, and then he just starts running around, beating his chest. He hit the window I was standing in front of too, but yeah, he went ape shit. It was funny as hell, and all the kids got fucking sprayed with dirt.
Literally ape shit.
Yeah, they're smart, man. They were fucking with him. They got even.
And people think we're not related to him. It's kind of funny. I had a coworker who was a complete flat earther. Straight up.
Igtheism is a linguistic philosophy, bro. It's about language, how we build epistemic models from semantics, with the relationship to semantics, epistemics, and ontology. And Igtheist would go on to say that when you apply this reasoning to theism and atheism, the shit's completely incoherent, bro.
Has Darth come up to your TikTok at all?
I banned him, and all talk of Darth in this channel is banned too.
Oh, sorry.
He's already sent goons in here to like do shit, like
Oh, yeah.
like
Have you
mass report bullying or something.
Have you met Q-Top?
I don't think so.
Yeah, that's one of the really annoying TikTok theists.
I
You
don't
may,
know.
if you do these live streams often, you may encounter him at some point.
Well, I mean, this is going to be, if I keep having conversations like this, this is going to be my prime, like, because Discord is just a fucking cesspool, dude. It's terrible.
Yeah, if you get a good background and everything's like set up, TikTok is pretty simple. Like once you do a couple live streams, then they start pushing you out, and then it's like peak.
This is like my 5th or 6th or something. I don't know.
Yeah, it it was like my 8th stream I did. I got like 100 viewers or something like that, and was debating a bunch of low tiers, so it was just easy.
Well, dude, I'm not a good debater. I like to have conversations with what people believe and why they believe it, but I'm not a debater. I give pushback, but it's not this like debate shit where it's just trying to make the best point, trying to reason here and figure stuff out, not
You'll
just
meet
score points.
Some of the anime debater crowd that debates like the God thing as well, and they're super annoying.
What are they? Anime what?
Anime debaters. So they debate like if this character in Dragon Ball Z was to go against this character, who'd win? And they like get really philosophical about it. And then when they start debating theism, they'd like to start getting into like all the modal logic shit, and they're like get really annoying about it.
Yeah, I don't do that shit. I think that whole modal shit's just dumb as hell.
Debate the S5 modal argument. And start going on some shit.
You know, I mean, look, I just don't speak that kind of language, so when they start talking like that, it's like that's probably how I sound to like a lot of atheists and shit at first. But I promise I'm not actually like that.
Bro, I never expected you to have a beard. Like I was listening to your voice, I always thought you were gonna be like some like I don't know. I thought you'd have like a side part or something. I was like, and then I
got a reverse yarmulke, dude. I got a Vulcan hairline and a reverse yarmulke.
Dude, locked in, bro.
Got the best hair, dude.
I
That's
don't
why
know
I
if this
shave
is
it. I just fucking shave the shit.
I don't know if this is offensive or anything, but you look, you would remind me of a line cook.
What do you mean? Oh, just like a line cook?
Yeah, just a line cook. I've worked with some line cooks that are, but like last time I worked with line cooks, they were all like people. They're all from Mexico, and they didn't really speak a lick of English, but it was the funniest. They were the funniest people to hang around.
No, I was a dishwasher. Where was I a dishwasher? Some restaurant. I can't remember. It was one of my first jobs. I was a dishwasher.
Yeah, everybody's got to work in the food industry. I feel like that's a requirement.
It was Hungry Howie's. Yeah, it was Hungry Howie's. I started off as the dishwasher, and then when I turned 18, they let me be a driver.
Shit. Yeah, food service is a must for a lot of people. I feel like in order to experience what other people are like, you gotta work in food service. I got to see all different aspects of different kinds of people working front of house. It was crazy. Bro, I love how like people you explain Igtheism and they'll be like, "Yeah, so what is it?" You're like, "Oh my."
Well, I mean, it is frustrating, but I've had to do it so many times.
Yeah, you start to
just
get like a
comes
short
out.
answer that you can throw out there and get cleared.
I can tell when people are, you know, even when I feel like some of these people I feel are being disingenuous, they're just kind of trying to psychoanalyze me. I think they're still giving me the opportunity to spew shit, which always gives me the opportunity to learn from the shit that I say. So.
Mm-hmm.
Doing a lot of hot micing, dude.
Like, can you hear the outside?
You hear all kinds of shit. You're like beating the shit out of the microphone, whistling. You hear all kinds of stuff.
Oh, it's because it's my my finger on the mic.
What's going? Let me see here. Can I bring anybody up? Nope. It's just us. People are making fucking fun of me on the internet. I see.
What?
I don't know. What's his head? Both sides was talking about making a video. Now I'm getting somebody else is making. I haven't watched any of these yet. I'll watch them later tonight. People can go to bed. I really like TikTok format, dude. Some of the I tried to post this one just to be annoying. I don't know if it posted out or not. I haven't really looked at it, but there's like the AI watches you, so you know when shit happens, it can make little moments or whatever. I think that's actually pretty cool. I wish other platforms had that. But this is a pretty cool platform. I like it so far.
Yeah, it helps with all the posting clips. I just have like one clip posted on my page where some dude is just being low tier. That it's just a placeholder to have content.
Damn, people popped off with trying to help get the stream going. That's pretty cool. Definitely getting a lot more like spread. It's all about the spread.
Yeah, you'll have a day where TikTok just pushes you like crazy and you'll get a bunch of people up in here.
Dude, like my first and second day was pretty good. I've got a guy that hangs out here on here and on YouTube. He helps a lot. He pushes the channel a lot.
Yeah, I got to get back on here. I used to debate on this platform all the time, and I just kind of got away. Ever since I started school, I just been out of it.
Dude, I made like $6 just like teaching people. Fucking, yes, dude, it's funny.
Sending gifts and shit.
Yeah, just like $6 worth of stuff.
I just gave you like 0.5 of a cent or something like that.
Thanks,
man. Yeah, go buy yourself lunch. It's on me.
I can't. I got to get the $10 before they let me touch it. It's all good though. I'm not hurt. It's just funny that I get paid. Discord ain't gave me shit. Politics Discord ain't gave me a fucking dime, bro.
Do they pay people on there?
I don't think so. I think maybe some of the mods or something, but
maybe they're like close friends, and that's just if the server's making money. If the server's making money, then they can pay people.
They should. I mean, they got the bots and stuff that they run. They need to make money somehow. That's all AI shit. I think they got to pay a bot to do all that stuff.
AI shit's getting crazy, bro. They're like models are discovering new physics and shit.
Dude, it's watching us right now on TikTok. There's a freaking robot like watching right now.
You say one word, bro, and the live stream is down. They're on you.
Yeah. All right, man. I'm dying. I got to go to bed. I'll see you guys. Thanks for the support. Y'all have a good night.
Adios.
Check out more lives. Be safe, everybody.